It is what it is. It's better than the other option. Test 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
But for the first couple of years of making stuff, it isn't so good. In fact, it's trying to be good. It's looking good. It's not quite. My name is Ron Swanson. Due to a worldwide rain shortage in the next months, we will be experiencing what experts are calling a bathing shortage, and what I'm calling a total. Do not panic. There is time to act immediately. Procure as much bacon as humanly possible and hide it in as many locations as you can. I myself have 38 secret spots in bacon. Hello, man. Hello. Had a little early, so I could set out.
It's a screening room on this end. It's a different room. Better than that one.
Morning. There you go. Good. I'm done with the morning part. Okay, great. Yeah, it actually notes over here that if you really wanted to see, it goes a little bit darker and makes your presentation pop a bit more. Okay. And if you have sound, this is the room to have it in this. This is built as a screening room for the cinema students. Oh, cool. So if you have something that rocks, this will rock it. So I'm not sure where we go. Yeah, so it's note the second from the bottom. If you want to make that happen ultimately, it's comfortable. Sure. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Well, good luck. If you have any issues, they know how to get in touch with us. Thank you. Thanks. Have a good one.
I didn't know you were sort of design your post.
Yeah, we were one of the first ones.
Maybe I'll stop talking to you because you need to get ready.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm just back with the light. Yeah, the first talk kind of associated with them.
How do you supposed to get a group to go to the rest of the year?
Well, I mean, we have a podcast, so we'll be together every Tuesday to record podcast.
Oh, that's fun.
Help with the planning, panels, podcast, stuff.
So I guess you'll tell how to get to it through the podcast.
Yeah. I can't remember if I put that in the presentation. Well, one I do all by myself. Another one is because you run out of things to say. There's a quiet moment. There's other people not for the groups. I tend to do a little bit more of that on the podcast that I do by myself. But even then, I don't script it. I just kind of make an outline and go from there. I will.
I've done blogs. The different things, one of them is about natural education, is about technology, and innovative things. The virtual reality. Yeah. So when I say I come across the blog person, well, I started like 4 years, I've done much in the years. Some functions of blog and things. I have long to do all this year. I'm supposed to be over now. And all surgery started to my year off.
Yeah.
But it was nice to go to do notice.
Monitor the question. Go back to that.
Is that when you're going to help with the question?
No. I'm just going to pass them along. Yeah. So my question is, and you're starting at 10, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Floyd, I'm sorry. I don't want to keep popping my head in front of the camera to see the questions there, but that's what keeps happening. Yeah, every time I look over, my head pops in front, which there's got to be a better angle way to.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I doubt we'll have more than a couple people anyway. So.
What is the best way to hold these until a certain time, or
Yeah,
just?
I'm gonna have a question part at the end.
Okay, so I'll just write them down and then
Yeah, that'll
say who's okay.
Indeed.
It's 212.
But
Which class are you looking for?
this is podcasting.
Podcasting 101. Yep.
Yeah.
A little better, but not much.
Right, folks. Welcome to Podcamp. Welcome to Podcasting 101. I am your host. My name is Will Rutherford. I have extensive notes, so I apologize if it looks like I'm reading from a script because I'm sort of reading from a script. So, who am I and why am I qualified to teach this class? Well, I'm mildly qualified. I've been podcasting in the Pittsburgh area for about 8 or 9 years now. It is the Wrestling Mayhem Show with Michael Sork, who's that nice gentleman who just left. I recently started my own audio podcast, and when I say recently, I mean about 14 episodes ago. That's called Panel Riot. About comic books, and I've learned more doing a show by my own than I have in 9 years of doing the Wrestling Mayhem Show. It's been quite an experience, and we are under the banner of Sorgatron Media, which is owned by the gentleman who works for us. Okay, now, when all is said and done, I want you to leave here with a realistic idea of what it takes to produce a semi-regular audio-flavored podcast. I'll show you a handful of free tools that are available to you, where you would look at the concept development process. In general, take the intimidation factor out of podcasting. The thing with podcasting is anybody can do it. That's why there's so many. But to make a truly great podcast, it takes work. That's why there's so few worth listening to. Okay, so I'd like to get started by getting to know you guys. Does anybody have experience recording or producing podcasts? Okay, what's your experience? Now, does it appear to listen to podcasts? Pretty much everybody. So, you, for instance, will listen to
I'm a nerd, so this week in virology. Sorry.
cool. It's important to listen to podcasts if you want to produce your own podcast. It's the equivalent of being a writer who reads a lot of books, because you get a varied taste. And it's the same with podcasting. You want to listen to really good podcasts to get inspired and kind of base yours off of that. And on a mildly related topic, here's a quick word from my close personal friend, Ira Glass.
Really simple premise today is that all of the creative work, like when you're getting it doesn't have to put something like that. But for the first couple of years of making stuff, this is so good. It's not that good. It's trying to be good. It's amazing, but it's not quite that good. But your taste, the thing is, like, when you're going to do it, your taste is so killer. Your taste is good enough, you can tell. But what you're making is kind of a disappointment to you. You know what I mean? A lot of people never get past that phase, but I do it. I think it's and the thing I would just like say with all my heart is that most everybody I know who does interesting creative work, they went through a phase of years where they had really good taste, they could tell what they were making, wasn't as good as they needed to be, and they just felt short. They didn't have this special thing that they wanted to have. And the thing I say is everybody gets through that. And for me to go through it, going through it, it's just so nice. You gotta know it's totally the most important possible thing to do is do a lot of work. It's in volume work. Put it's often done every week, or every month, you know you can keep one story. Because only by actually entering on the work, the judge is going to pass out some closing facts. And the work you're making will be included as in my case, I took longer to figure out how to do this than anybody ever met. It takes a while. It takes a really while. It's not take a while. You just have to fight your way through that. Okay?
Thank you, Ira. Ira recorded that just for me. For you guys. That is probably the most important thing that you will hear in this entire class. Podcasting, as with any other creative endeavor, is a struggle. It's work. And it's particularly frustrating work because it's not work that you're going to see results from right away. It takes time to build an audience. It takes time to build content. And if you decide to produce a weekly podcast, you will have to create 30 to 60 minutes of fresh, new, and interesting content every single week. It's tough. And if you're like me, or the majority of people that do this stuff, you'll be your own worst critic. You'll be harder on yourself than anyone else, because when you're producing your own show, when you're editing and cutting out ums and long pauses and so on and so forth, when you can't have your hands in the raw dough that is the podcast, you're going to see all the little nuances. It's the equivalent of standing right against a painting. It's hard to see the whole picture when you're that close to it. You'll be very hard on yourself, but the key is to push through that. And this is more important than whatever hosting service you choose, whatever program you use to record on, or whatever your eventual .com will be. Whatever you do, just keep going. I promise things will improve. So, let's start with the simple idea that you want to have a podcast. No problem. At the heart of that is what are you going to talk about for an hour? Every podcast needs a hook, just like every TV show needs a theme, and every movie needs the star Michael Fassbender. For your topic, you should pick something that you're passionate about, something that you love talking about, and something that you know a lot about. Now, I mentioned I've been doing the Wrestling Mayhem show for about 9 years. When Sorg and I got started on the Wrestling Mayhem show, we were both in college. We found that no matter what party we were at, once the two of us were properly inebriated, we would spend the entire night talking about wrestling, just for hours on end. One of my favorite memories was him slumped against some stairs with a red oven mitt on one hand that he decided was the devil, and me clutching a bottle of rum, and both of us shouting about how the WWE was wasting their young talent. Once we both sobered up, incidentally, this picture is us at the very first Podcamp. Sorg mentioned he was doing a live streaming Raw wrap-up show and that I should join in. Flash forward 8 or 9 years later, and every single Tuesday night, we still get together on the internet to talk wrestling with each other, as well as many, many friends that we have made due to the show. Also, we drink a lot less, but that's more for health. The point is, we took something that we loved, something we were passionate about, and we turned it into a show that has survived longer than actually the majority of podcasts on it. If you pick something you couldn't care less about, you get burnt out very quickly. You'll find yourself with a weekly show with nothing to talk about. Also, it's worth it to consider if your topic is a renewable resource. There is new professional wrestling every week, so that's covered. There are new comic books every week, so on your show has a lot to talk about. Is there new news coming out on your topic? Alternatively, is there enough backstory to keep things going for a while? Does your topic have a rich history that you can dive into? These are things that must be considered. As well as, and this is a big one, why do we actually care? Well, that's actually a safe one because the answer is yes. The internet is a niche place, and no matter what you decide to talk about, you'll probably find an audience. Just like, if you're doing a podcast about the history and production of Tupperware, you're likely to get less people than if you were doing a show about, say, Anyway, let's review. So we got pick something you love, never give up, Michael Fassbender. So far, pretty good. Okay, let's talk about the actual podcast itself, the audio production that you will write, record, edit, and present for the internet's very rapid consumption week after week. Let's say that you have your topic all squared away, your jaw is set firmly, and you are dedicated to make the best content you can for as long as you can. Excellent. I'm already so proud of you all. Let's talk about the rundown.
My name is Ron Swanson. Due to a worldwide grain shortage in the next months, we will be experiencing what experts are calling a bacon shortage, and what I'm calling total. Do not panic. There is time if you act immediately. Procure as much bacon as humanly possible and hide it in as many locations as you can. I myself have 38 secret spots in my house. Bacon. 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 When it comes to bacon, another option. Well, I don't know what's in these boxes, but three more is plenty.
Thank you to my close personal friend, Ron. So Ron was talking about his own, best subject, which is bacon. But he was also talking about what I want to get into, and that is preparation. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. Something you've probably all heard before, but it absolutely applies when you are doing your own podcast. When I do a show by myself, I like to outline what the show will be. I'll write down everything I want to cover on the show, any pertinent bits of information that I will need to reference, and the order that I want things to happen in. Things will go much smoother this way for both you and the listener. It also tends to cut back on what is unfortunately synonymous with each and every podcast, the My shows are full of pausing, saying and so on and so forth. Every show that you listen to will have that. It is absolutely unavoidable. Even the most popular podcasts in the world are riddled with people guys. Do not be surprised when you find them in yours as well, unless your show has 4 hosts with oodles of both improv and stage training. Will happen. It is a basic law of nature. But there are things you can do. With a simple rundown and a general idea of what you want to say, you will reduce a horde of to a small village of them. Also, take your time. You don't have to speed through your podcast. Talk a little slower, take a little longer, and go from there. If you truly hate the however, there is a much more work-intensive option as editing. It will take forever if you can edit out each and every single and pause from your podcast. But the reason I don't recommend this is for a couple of reasons. One, it takes forever. You don't want to spend more time editing down your podcast than you do recording. And B, without the proper skills and finesse, it ends up sounding like a cut-up mess. Not every transition from clip to clip can be a smooth one. Take a look at the podcast. Take a look at a podcast if it does something similar. Nope, let me just start that whole thing over again. Let's take a look at a podcast that does something similar, and you'll see what I'm talking about. This is a timeline for the amazing Super Ego podcast. They record their segments, which is all improv and off the cuff. Then they edit out the silence, and they edit out the ums, and that probably represents 8 or 9 hours worth of work. And their podcast maybe comes out once a month, and it is maybe an hour long. Wait, just one moment. What program is that? That's a good question. As far as I know, it's GarageBand. But I'm not really sure. Is that GarageBand? Does it look like GarageBand? I don't know, because I'm a PC. I'm a PC just like my friend, John Hutch. Thank you, John. There is a number of paid programs that one can use to do a podcast, but I want to focus on the 3, namely Audacity for PC and GarageBand for Macs. I'm sorry that the link at the bottom doesn't show up very well.
Is it funny that he's wearing a safety top on PC and I'm getting into a 1 session and I'm
Definitely Justin Long.
it's kind of funny.
We planned it that way. Audacity, if we're a PC user, is available at this link that is not very visible, audacity.sourceforge.net. It's an excellent program. It's what I use. GarageBand, I think, comes with the Mac. Is that right, Norm? So let's take a quick look at Audacity together. Okay, so this is Audacity. It is a relatively stripped down audio recording program. Once you get into it, once you know what all the buttons do, it's relatively simple to use. First off, obviously, is recording sound. That's the bigger button. You record, and it will record whatever you say every single time. When you have the microphone plugged in. Some sort of microphone, so you don't have to worry about that.
And it will record whatever you say every single time with the microphone.
Now, I don't like that bit about the microphone. So let's say you want to cut it out. All you do is take this little selection tool here, select, and hit delete. Gone forever. Now, let's say we want some kind of musical backing track added over this. All you have to do is find that sound effect, drag it on, record it, and there it is.
And it will record whatever you say every single time.
Now, if we decide that this isn't loud enough, this track here, these sliders here will increase or decrease the volume on everything in that track. It's the same for this one. This one quieter and this one louder. These will move the channels from left and right, as in left ear and right ear, if you export in stereo. So on and so forth. There are also various effects that you can use in Audacity. Most specifically, I want to talk about fade in and fade out. They are just what they sound like. You take an audio clip that you want to fade in, it will get quieter to louder. And for fade out does the opposite. There are effects such as normalize and the leveler. Basically, what that does is it will take everything, all the voice modulations, all the sounds, and everything like that, and put them generally on the same wavelength, so none are louder than the other. Leveler does the same. So we can take our track here. Now, there's two different ways to save. There's save project as, meaning this saves the actual Audacity project. This will save your timeline, all the things associated with it, or put it all in one place. And once you get all that done, you can go to export audio, and you can save it as an actual usable audio file that you're going to upload there. There's MP3s, waves, so on and so forth. This is what you're asking.
No, I'm taking a picture.
Sorry. I would recommend when you save, you keep everything in one place. This is a sample of one of the episodes of Channel Riot. So here is my actual Audacity file. Here is the data that is associated with it. This is the night court theme because I used the night court paper. This is the actual final show, and these are some graphics that I used to when I posted it. This is what the timeline looks like. It is, as you can see, it is cut up into chunks because I would stop and start recording and drag them on the same timeline. But here's the night court here, and they are all each one is a different track. And they are layered so that they will play one right after the other. And at the end, we have the kind of outro music that plays over the outro of the show. I encourage you to get Audacity, get GarageBand, just fiddle around with it. That's how I learned how to do it. Just kind of experimenting and messing around. Even now, 14 episodes into the show, I'm still learning editing techniques and sound techniques and so on and so forth. And I actually want to share with you guys. There is additional audio editing information, and that link is there. And it is part of Lifehacker's excellent night school series. It's based around music production. The skills you'll learn there will be extrapolated into podcast production. So, while you're writing on that, I want to get a quick word on microphones. Podcasts can be recorded on almost anything. The cell phone that you probably have on your person at this very moment records crisp and clear audio, the likes of which you will never ever hear in a phone call. There are a million different apps for both iOS and Android that will gladly record, store, and list your audio off your tape when you see fit. You can, down the line, spend big money on big microphones and switcher boards that do all manner of wonders. But this is podcasting 101. It's basic and inexpensive. So, yeah.
Just too much segment, so we could see the story. Or is it just like mouse server? Yeah.
Sure, I'll read it out. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay, it's bit.ly/1YZF3MZ. Once your podcast gets going, and you're really enjoying yourself, I highly encourage you to look into the more expensive microphone and switchboard options. That's what we use in the rest of the Mayhem show. And Sword over there takes care of all that for us. So, what good is a podcast if no one is listening to it? There are a million ways to listen to a podcast, and a million places who are willing to host your content for you, for free. For instance, there's Listen, which is an exemplary hosting site. I can't recommend one highly enough. But we are not interested in paying money for this. We are looking for free options, podcast. So, those options. First off is SoundCloud. SoundCloud has both free and paid options. You can have up to 3 hours of audio posted at any time. Of course, there's stat count. Very basic. You can see how many people downloaded your track and how many people streamed the file. Next up is a site called Spreaker. Spreaker also has both free and paid options. It also has very similar stat tracking. You can have up to 10 hours of audio posted at a time. The next one is called TalkShoe. TalkShoe is the big one, and the one that I use to host my content. It has unlimited uploads and hosting, and very in-depth stat tracking you can see per show or per day. It's the one that we are going to talk about. And I'm going to bring up the actual TalkShoe.
You can also use like Google Drive or Dropbox. You just need a place to store the file.
Okay, so here is the TalkShoe. Look here on my TalkShoe. Here's the one show that I have. You can of course create many different shows. You've got the last recordings. These are all the episodes that have been uploaded. Here you can see the stats for shows, the different ratings and everything like that. Description, so on and so forth. One of the most important parts here in using TalkShoe is that they automatically create a feed URL for you. That is something that you will need if you want to put your podcast on iTunes, which you do want to put your podcast on iTunes. That's where it is likely to reach the large spot. Go to iTunes store. Down here to podcast. And the podcast. This will give you the direction on what exactly you need to submit your podcast to iTunes. For the most part, it's pretty simple. As long as you have an audio file uploaded, you upload it. You submit your URL here. It'll go through a little bit of an approval process, and iTunes will tell you whether it's and it's basically that simple. As long as you do everything with TalkShoe, they handle the rest, including uploading. When you have to upload album art, the logos. So, promoting your podcast. You want to have a podcast that people listen to and that they know about. And that is more good news because you're probably already using all of the options you have for your podcast. Of course, there is Twitter. And there is various websites you can use, .com that I mentioned earlier. There is Blogger, which of course is free. WordPress, also free. Tumblr, which is free, and what I use for panel writing. And of course, there are a million others. Explore, fiddle around with options. Don't feel tied down to something until you actually start putting that URL up. And of course, there's word of mouth. Tell friends. They'll tell friends, and those friends will tell friends. And before you know it, you'll have people emailing from across the country. Possible stuff. 10. Smash button. Incorrect. It is 10. Once you get 10 episodes in, it means you've worked out your podcast concept. Mostly you've embedded recording and editing time into your schedule, and you're finally off and running. Some people don't even release their shows until they're 10 episodes in. 10 is truly cause for celebration, and it's an indicator that you are in it for the long haul. Relax, have some tacos, and enjoy your accomplishment. Then get to work on the next episode. Personally, when I hit 10 episodes, I recorded 49 minutes of me reading a list of every member of the X-Men that there ever was. But I encourage you to celebrate. So, I'd like to give you all a brief homework assignment. Come up with your podcast content, and then think about what your first 5 episodes would be about. And then write down an outline for one of them. Stare at a picture, Fassbender, and breathe. Then attack your newly created podcast with all your remaining energy, and this is your goal. And folks, that really about covers it. So, I will now take any questions you may. Well, that's
You said everything's free. I met with them way back. Something about how you do numbers. But I'm just curious, like why would I choose them over somebody else? Sounds like they're doing a lot.
You can't. That is one way to upload a podcast. If you want to record it live, you can dial in. But I prefer to record the audio beforehand and upload it that way. I can.
They have like it's a mystery.
Really?
I'm really surprised with them.
Okay.
Because they haven't been so long. That's why we put all of our shows on, just because it is a free option and they're local, so it makes sense, there is the possibility they could disappear. We don't see a revenue model, right? Like, that's obvious of it. But there's a lot of people that use it, so I'm guessing hopefully they're getting money off of the ad spend on the site. I don't see any other model.
or they're supported by something else that they're doing in the company. I don't know.
Audacity's local too.
Anybody else? Can you give us a rough breakdown percentage of time that you spend these three things: recording, number one, editing, number two, and then uploading / promotion for each podcast? In other words, you spend as much time editing and recording.
Yes, generally that's the case. It'll take me anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half to record a 45-minute podcast, and then editing generally takes around the same time, depending on how much I have to cut out, how much fiddling I want to do for the show, and then uploading doesn't take very long, but promotion is kind of an ongoing process. Yeah. I mean, I have Twitter, Facebook, and everything on my phone. Anytime there's a new show that goes out, I like to promote it throughout the week. Talk about if we had anybody on the show, what the topics were, so on and so forth. So that part kind of never ends.
Yeah, that for the wrestling show, like for us, it's topic based, right? So every Monday there's a wrestling show where you're talking about it on the Twitter. And we try to all the rest of the nights of the week that there's wrestling or there's a pay-per-view or there's news. And with the comic book one, anytime there's news on that, you put out, hey, there's a new Avengers trailer, you want to be in that conversation for whatever your topic is. Right.
So apart from prep and getting the material, each 45-minute podcast ends up taking how much time?
Probably about 2-3 hours. Anyone else?
What makes you recommend?
Well,
I mean, you said an hour earlier. You just said 45.
Well, the Wrestling Mayhem show is a 2-hour show.
We're maybe more towards an hour.
That's true. Yeah.
But streamline it.
We average about 4 or 5 people at a time. So there's a lot to talk about. A lot of people, like I said, filling in the gaps in the slides and everything like that. When it's just me, I think 45 minutes is a good time. It allows me to have commercial breaks for sponsors or potential sponsors. And also it gives me more than enough time to cover whatever topic. Really, what all you're comfortable with and what you think you can do.
It depends on, because some people like shorter ones, some people like longer ones. So I mean, it kind of depends on who your audience is. Like people that tend to listen to our shows are like, I like putting your show on because it takes me to be, like that's kind of our audience. Like the people that are like, I have a chunk of time I want to fill with hearing people talk about this topic. Versus some people do like a 10-minute news thing every day or something. I'm playing with a 10-minute talk thing that I'm doing 4 days a week myself just to kind of see what the audience is, Some people just like that bite-sized thing. It's just like throw it on while they're, making breakfast or whatever. It kind of depends what kind of chunk you want to fit in somebody's life that wants to get involved with your show. And, that shapes the kind of people you're going to get involved with.
We have multiple people. What are they?
Generally, we use Google Hangout. Really, that's been our newest solution.
We're a little more complicated. We do like a video podcasting. I'm going to cover it today, but it's not just Google.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, anytime I've had a guest on the show, it's just Google Hangout. And we have the headsets that we use. But when you do get more and more people, that see sort of the 201. Oh, it's norm for the audio 201. Anybody else?
Can you speak a little more about CLI content and RSS feeds and important ideas that you
Sure, yeah. I mean, the way I have it set up, like I said, TalkShoe creates that feed for me. And that's why I recommend them because honestly, it's really good for me. So I'm not, I don't work too in depth with the actual RSS feed for that. I just take the link and they give me the iTunes.
Well, when you configure your account with that, you would have entered the show title, those kinds of things.
Yeah. So what we'll actually do is So, here's that. We've got our title, type, public or unlisted. Public, so people can find it and listen to it. The recording is manual. I am unsure what the automatic is. I think that is just a regular scheduled call.
That's if you load it into their system for their kind of calling system, you just start recording right off the bat.
Schedule a podcast, and this screen is actually what I see when I upload the podcast every week. Except for down here, the little thing that asks me to upload the audio. Now, like we said before, TalkShoe kind of operates on a calling system. So if we were to want to record something live right now, but generally when I upload it's for the future.
I think you're going in a different way. If you go to your show and go into like update info, you'll get more options. And I don't know. I think it doesn't even be right away. But always update. That first button up at the top, I think does it. So now you have options, and now you have a place to put your keywords and everything, and your description. I think that's more what we're trying to get to. And that, TalkShoe takes this, puts it in RSS, and does what it needs to do. So, yeah.
This category also travels over to iTunes.
And it is nice because we have a lot of them. I have a lot of them on my Sorgatron Media account. So now if you type in Sorgatron Media, it does come up. Everything's from that author, and it'll show everything that we put up there. That I have plugged through this account on our account on TalkShoe.
Yeah. And then this image here, where you upload your image, this is also the total job.
I think standard's 1400 by 1400 now. Other than
Oh, I just have one. I'm curious because for audio podcasts, everyone sends everything to iTunes. They have a single place where, is there an equivalent place for Google to send audio podcasts? I know they have lots of different apps that you can use. Is there a single depository for audio podcasts that will branch out?
I'm not sure.
I don't think Google has their own central one, but you use like something like Stitcher or Dogcatcher or something. There's a lot of options. They just don't have their regular.
There's not a single place.
No, like even like Windows used to have one in Media Player, but I don't know if they bought that anymore. Like Zoom, there was a place you could podcast in Zoom, I remember, and we listed ourselves. BlackBerry had one too, and we might still be in there after they have a show. And generally, so when you put your website up, also link that RSS feed, because if you're a person that uses like a Dogcatcher or something, like I'm pretty sure that RSS feed is what you need to click on. Maybe your phone or whatever knows to go to your Dogcatcher, or if you have an app on your computer. That's pretty universal for everything else. So.
Okay. So thanks for coming, guys. Thanks for listening. And enjoy the rest of the podcast.
I didn't turn the questions on.
Oh,
So don't worry about it. It's in the back room, so we'll look at it.
are they on now?
Oh, no. I had to set them up. And I did it a different way.
So none are going to come through.
Don't worry about the question. You just
Put on Twitter, I guess.
On my
Maybe at the end of the day, I can also put on my laptop or something. If you want to edit it. Put a feature up. You can kind of actually Dropbox. It's fine. I'm on Dropbox, Google Drive, whatever.
I didn't get to order that. Oh, okay.
So this is live.
Yeah, it's live right now. One person watching you.
That is awesome.
I do not. Room D, you mean?
Which one? There's 4 classes, right?
Yeah. I do not. Thing that shows you which class number it is. But they should be able to bring up the registration.
Thank you.
What room number? Yeah.
Jonathan Diaz, by the way.
Morty.
We'll see you. We do the wrestling making show with wrestling.com. We also do Panel Riot, which is just Panel Riot. That's well, It might be the one that I thought it would last a little bit.
Yeah.
That's what, right? Yeah. I thought it went pretty well. Yeah, so did I. I'm sure.
Favorite Magneto?
No, that was cultural rap, but
What is essentially an irony.
yeah.
My mother, she has a speech there's certain words she comes out. She can't say that white metal. I think we got to that. That number. Two words that sound the same.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, check out all these audio podcasts. Yeah, went out. No.
So, yeah, I mean, it's yeah, otherwise I think I'm all set. So, control the volume of the sound. That guy. Yeah, right here. Well, yeah, like, yeah. Oh, you mean the, yeah. No. Who else is there? Oh, there's. All right, I'm ready to get started. My name's Norm Gilson. You can hear me on Twitter. My website is normgilson.com. I'm going to put together a post on my site afterwards with links to
so that way you can grab it there. I've been working on Podcamp since the early days, and my first year now I didn't get to organize this for me. So anyways, welcome to Podcast 201. We kind of want to get a sense for where you guys are at, because some of the stuff I'm going to talk about slightly overlap with the 101 session, but we're going to get more into self-hosted WordPress and other services that are paid, not just free services, and a little bit more technical than the first session. But first things first, where are you guys at? Who's like just starting out, wants to start a show or start getting into this, but hasn't really, just like trying to figure it out? So, how many people already have a show and you're trying to learn a little bit more? So it's a little about half and half. So feel free to stop me and like go through and answer any questions. And so the first thing for me about recording podcasts, whether you're doing audio or video, it's all about like the best quality audio you can get. So you want to have a good microphone and a good place to record that's quiet, that doesn't have a lot of background noise. Here in your living room, when I started my first podcast, we had hardwood floors, big room, lots of echoes. I literally like flipped my laptop open and I just started talking at it, and that was how I started the first show I ever did. It was really crude, but I was just learning how to do stuff. Now I use this microphone. It's a Yeti mic. Yeti is the brand name. It's Yeti Blue is the name of this microphone. This is about like $150, $125 microphone. But you don't need to like spend tons of money. Just maybe step yourself up. I like this one because it's you can record different options for if you have more than one person, a table, if you have a group, or if you're just single talking right out, you have some options for how the microphones are inside the cover here. And it's a USB mic, so I can plug right into my laptop. Yeah.
If you put that on your Amazon wishlist, or you look at it on Amazon, Amazon will let you know when it's coming.
Oh, cool.
I've seen it as low as $100.
Okay. Yeti makes other microphones that are less expensive. I know they got like a Snowball brand. It's like a little round thing. Even if you just get a simple microphone that's real cheap, it can improve the quality of your recording. And practice, just what we're saying, get to an episode mark, but practice just recording like yourself reading reviews, or I'm going to kind of put together a quick little episode here to show you some technical bits about the audio file. Just practice doing that and listen to how you're reading it and how you're talking to the mic and your settings within your audio program. Just do it a bunch of times and find what you like and find what sounds good. The more you do it, the better you will get. So that's what I want to do first. One thing on microphones. I'll put this up on my blog. So Bossjock Studio, and I'll mention them a little bit later. They're an app that allows you to record. They're specifically built for iOS devices to like the podcasting app. If you want to use an iPad to record your show or your phone, Bossjock Studio is an option. It's about $10 app. They have a free version too. That's a little bit watered down version, but it's a cool app for recording on iOS devices, which is great if you want to do your show like out in the field and you don't have a studio or anything like that. But their post here is like a good list of microphones that you can use with your iOS device. So, anyways, so I've mentioned that. So there's a lot of microphone options. You don't have to break the bank on it, but if you do need a bigger setup, pay attention to what Mike Sork's going to do when they do record AwesomeCast Live. He's got a mixer, he's got multiple input channels, he's got lots of different microphones going on, and then the software that he's using to record all of that input is a lot more advanced. So I've never done that kind of a show, so they said that I'm going to be the expert on that, but really Mike is like the best person to talk to if that's the show you need to do. And if that's where you are, let's talk. Because for most podcasters, you're right here and you're it's just you and maybe one or two other people all around a microphone. So I thought what I'd do is read some of the Twitter feeds, some of the Twitter feeds that are coming in for Podcamp. If you're not, just to do like showing you like what the process is, and like I'm just going to work with the show and edit it together, upload it, and then push it live on my site. So I use GarageBand to record, and I know he showed you Audacity before. So it's a very simple interface, and it's pretty powerful in terms of like what you need to do editing your content. So I'm just going to hit record here, and there's a problem. There's a problem if I try to do this out. Set up. Looking at recording. Well, so this is part of the process, right? This is stupid. I know nothing's coming in. All right, I'm just gonna skip this for now. Well, let's just say I recorded a bunch of awesome tweets for Podcamp Pittsburgh, and I'm going to add some music to this. I'm going to use the broadcast sound effects here. Might be a disaster. iTunes has a bunch of these like little audio clips, and you hear them in TV commercials all the time. If you're familiar with this. So, you can build a show, you can add some sound effects to your episode and really kind of bring up the production quality very quickly. And just by going through some of these and experimenting with them. Okay, how's this sound? Amazing. But okay, so let's say that's our show. I don't know why this is so broken right now. And once we've edited our show and added our sound effects, what we want to do is save it as an MP3 file. Now you have some options in terms of saving your file. MP3 is a standard audio format. I mean, we'll mention that, and there are a lot of options for saving audio files. I would just start with MP3. It's the reason is it's gonna play on every device. It's gonna when your audio players that you're gonna use, you're gonna be able to it'll play on your website without a lot of issues. You get into other file format types, the audio players get weird, and the devices get more complicated. If you want to Google that and learn more about audio types and what the differences are, you should do that. But just to get started, save it as MP3. If your audio podcast is just audio, it's just the human voice talking, you're not playing instruments or anything like that. You don't need to have a super high quality audio file because you're not having like all these channels. You're not mixing music together and you don't need like sub-level bass and high. You don't need that range of audio. So you don't need that huge file that has this huge range. It's just wasted data space basically. So just save it as a low quality MP3. And low quality doesn't mean like bad quality. It just is the file size. So it's cut down, and you want the smallest file, so it loads quickly on the web and downloads fast. An MP4 is like maybe around the corner. An MP4 can contain more data in the file, like pictures. You can break it up and like have basically like track spaces. Like if you want people to be able to click through like some different segments, like a fast forward button. Or hit the next track in your podcast file. That data and that stuff can be in an MP4, but again, the problem is not every audio player supports MP4, the way you want to go. So in GarageBand, they you go to share and you just want to export this song to disk. You have other options here that Apple kind of creates for you. You can explore with those, but for most of our purposes, we want to save the file to our desktop so we can edit it in a second. So I'm just going to do that. Let's call it save it as MP3, low quality, smallest file size, and we'll save it to the desktop. So it'll compress the file. If it's a long file, it takes a few minutes to do. It merges all the tracks into one layer, and then we're going through that right now. So the next thing I do is I open the file in iTunes. So it is. The reason I bring it in iTunes is because you can edit the metadata and add a photo. You can do a lot. This is basically what Will was showing you. He had a login to talk to edit all this. Someone's asking about keywords and that sort of thing. I do my church's podcast, so that's why. So I used to do iTunes. So here's my file. So I just go to view, get info. I just know the key command. So, and this brings up some basic information about the show. And this is where I'm going to title the show and add a bunch of metadata to it, so that will get translated to iTunes and will stay with the file. So when people are searching for your podcast in iTunes or whatever your distribution network is, the name and the title of the episode is the most important. I'm not going to get too much in SEO, but this is one of the most important things about your show. You want to name it what people are going to be searching for. So you might have some really awesome name for your show and a really cool ordering system, like episode X / whatever. But the name is how people are going to find it. So if it's a podcast about fishing, you want to, you talk about fly fishing, what are really specific, like fly fishing and tying your hook in whatever other stuff. Really, not just the great outdoors and man and beast show or whatever. That has nothing to do with the content of your show. Because if you're trying to find an audience and have them search for you, you want to name the episode. Tags and keywords matter, but nothing matters as both as the name of the track. So if that's your goal, if you don't care, if you're just doing it for yourself, then whatever, just name whatever you want. But we're gonna do audio podcasting. So and then this is where you get to add your information. So I'm an artist, and I usually, if it's a podcast, I usually skip the album. But sometimes to get more metadata in there, I would tag myself as an artist, but then maybe I would put the name of the show as the composer. iTunes wants this information more for how it organizes iTunes, but this data does go up with your episode. So it's called Pittsburgh, whatever, and output per year. You can add a track number. Sometimes this is how people will number the show. Usually, I put the number of the show in the title, like at the end, never at the beginning. And then you can rate it and use all that here. You can add artwork, this is very easy to do. And then you can add lyrics which is also can be other data that you want, like show notes or other tags or that sort of thing. Let me just get through this and I'll get back. So you could, if you wanted a whole transcript of your show, you could put it here and it would stay with the file. And then the rest of these options I don't really worry too much about. Then you save it, it'll add the audio back in there. And then you need to drag it back out of iTunes because your here's your original file, and then now here's the updated file that we made. We renamed it, we added that metadata. That's what yeah. Good question.
I notice almost everybody says, you know, whatever you're publishing, when this is episode 1, episode 2, you have to put episode numbers. Let's say you just put the title of the episode, and you want to have repeats during the summer. So you wouldn't have to repeat episode 1. So
yeah.
Everyone seems to do it. I just wonder if it's good.
You absolutely do not have to do that. It's up to your own naming convention, ordering convention. If you were going to repeat an episode, unless you were going to add something new to the file, or like have a new intro and say, okay, we're repeating this content, or whatever, I would. You'll see when I add the episode to a post, you don't need to do that. You can just reuse the same audio link to the same audio file. In that situation. But
is there an advantage to saying episode 1, episode 2, episode 3?
This helps people know what's going on. It helps people see that because there's a date associated with it. They see that you're current. They see that okay, you've got X number of episodes. I mean, it's obvious if they go to your feed, they see all the shows on there too. It just seems like just what people do. It's a natural sort of numbering system, but you can certainly you don't have to do that. It's up to you. Any other questions at that point? So yeah, so that's saving exporting. It's not like a huge science. It's not like burning DVDs used to be. Just most of the work comes in editing the show. That we'll mention. So what I use Libsyn for most of my audio hosting, and they're a local company here in Pittsburgh. They're on Mont Boulevard. I think for what you pay for their service to host your files, it's good. They also offer stats and other tracking. Now, why would you use a service like Libsyn or TalkShoe or anything else and not just upload your files straight to your website? Do they have an idea? Space, yeah, you'll fill up your host. Like web hosting, if you're doing this like on the cheap, it's your hobby, and you don't have a lot of money because podcasting get expensive. You want to use for space and bandwidth. Because typically most shared hosting services restrict how much bandwidth you use per month. If you just have a blog and text space, the traffic that gets downloaded, you'll never come close to hitting that ceiling. But if you do have an audio file that's 20 megabytes large and you have 100 people listening to it every week or every month, you're going to start to eat up the bandwidth that you're allowed. So what these guys and other services offer is unlimited bandwidth. So they'll open that channel. And so whether people are downloading your podcast through iTunes or Stitcher or however they're getting your file, your audio files are going to live on their servers, and you don't ever have to worry about that. So Libsyn offers other things. They have like affiliate advertising programs. They have stats. And it's kind of like they're offering those up from their basic hosting plan. But if you just want to get started, get the cheapest one and just get in there and start using it. $5 per month. It's not that big a deal. And how they work is it doesn't matter how much space you use. They restrict how much you're allowed to upload per month. So your show is only 20 megabytes, and you have the basic plan. I think you're allowed 100 megabytes of upload per month. So you can upload, 3 or 4 shows or 5 shows per month under that plan, and then it resets at the beginning of the month. So I usually never use that much for my personal site. My church site is a little bit more because we're uploading audio files on a regular basis. And we have more space. fees aren't that high. If you're able to monetize it, it's not going to be that high. If you're more, so anyways, I'll just log in and show you what this looks like. It's not complicated. I end up putting a lot of like family stuff up here. So when you get into the dashboard, you can see the stats. For me, just go in, add a new episode. How Libsyn works is they create a feed of posts in addition to wherever you're gonna post it. So if you don't have a website and you just want to show that you're gonna push to iTunes only, then you could just use Libsyn for that. You wouldn't need another website. But typically, a show has their own website. And podcast feed is just an RSS feed, which is just a blog that you have on your website. You add that audio file to your post. So, yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. If you have any questions about using Libsyn, ask me later, and I can go into more depth about that. So, this is find my file here. These are the podcasting one. And it's going to upload it. Their service is pretty fast. And so now this audio file is attached to this post I'm creating. All right, so you can add a description. This is all for if you're going to create a post within the Libsyn system. So most of the time I skip this stuff. You have all these options, tags, keywords. This stuff again is all for the Libsyn system. This would matter if you push from Libsyn directly to your iTunes feed. You'd want to make sure you fill out all this stuff, but I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to publish this, and then once it's published, I get all these URLs. So now this is where my audio file lives on the internet. This URL. So this is where the file is now. So I can use that link to point it to on my blog, point to that audio file. If you wanted to, this is the link to the podcast feed that Libsyn creates for me. It's not an audio file. It's an audio file, but the name of it is free. Then this is just a microphone that it's somewhere else. So then I'm going to put it on my website. I'm going to create a new post for it. And so how many people are using WordPress or self-hosted blogging systems? Some of you can raise your hand. Are you using a different service, or you just don't have it? Is everybody else using a different service? Using Blogspot. Okay. So I use WordPress. I'm going to show you a plugin for WordPress that will help. Once you register your iTunes, register your podcast with iTunes. That gives you, as you remember, allows you to add your file to, and then, I'm sorry, this plugin will, I'll just show you. The plugin is Blueberry. This is for self-hosted WordPress. So you have to have your blog, not on WordPress.com. I think WordPress.com has their own tools for adding audio files. But what this plugin does is you set up in advance all of your information, the iTunes reference number for your show, and then all of your meta keywords and the descriptions and custom images kind of queued up in advance. And then when you publish your post in WordPress on your blog, Blueberry will send the show to iTunes. Because what iTunes is, it doesn't actually keep your audio file at all. It's just a repository of links to where your audio file is. That's another reason why you need a service like Libsyn, or you need to store your audio file somewhere else on the internet. And then all iTunes does is it just gathers the information that you send in, and it knows where that audio file is. So you can send in any audio file link to iTunes, and it'll kind of be gathered in your show feed. But iTunes doesn't store any audio. That's kind of how they get away with being the big repository and they will rely on you to provide them the information. So I'll show you what that looks like. Back end, I might not have this set up really well, but you'll at least be able to see the options. So your basic settings of, what do you want to have happen on your site. It offers a lot of, you can add content, like let's say you have a show ending or a show beginning that you want to bookend your audio. You can have this automatically set up to do that. If you don't want to edit something in, let's say you do the ad segment or something, or you just have a little show buffer with some music you want at the front, you don't want to edit that in as so you can have this kind of cue that up for you. Serves as a stat. Blueberry also has like paid services, like to get stats on who listens to it, how many times it was downloaded, was it on a mobile device. There's lots of stat tracking options they offer their own. How you want your player to look is an audio player, video player. And then here's the iTunes stuff. So I don't have an iTunes show set up with my personal site right now, but this is where you would enter. Like iTunes gives you this URL, this example URL with this ID number at the end, and that's how it knows it's coming from you. And then here's all the settings that I was talking about. Set your category, all this stuff. I'm pretty sure you can assign some artwork to it as well, in addition to the artwork that we put into in the iTunes audio edit. Yes. So in Libsyn, it gives you the options to add all this stuff, but it's just for their. And you can have it's just for their. They basically give you a blog feed on their service, but their URL is like libsyn.com/your name and then it's not growwebsite.com. The URL for that episode is attached to the Libsyn thing. I don't know if they have a mechanism to use your own URL. There's some Libsyn people running around, but I usually just use Libsyn to upload the file. That's it. And then this is where you kind of create your custom information that always gets submitted to iTunes every time, no matter what. So this is where you're gonna give your description of your whole show, your tags for your whole show. But this is like the big umbrella place where you have this, and then Blueberry pushes this information to iTunes. So if you ever need to update it or change it, hit here, and this will push to iTunes, and then iTunes will have that information. Another thing about iTunes is they just released, because of the new iPhone 6s and updates to iOS, they have updated information about what they're looking for. Blueberry handles a lot of this stuff. So things to notice are here, the cover art. It's looking for minimum 1400 by 1400 pixel size, and go up to if you're doing audio. This page gives you the specs for like what are the aspect ratios, what's the best way to format your content so that it downloads the fastest and looks the best in Apple devices. Apple does a good job of giving you that information so you know how to push it through. I'll put this link will be in the post. This link will be on the post too, so you can look at that. And then you just install this through your iTunes or your WordPress plugins library. So then once we've got this all set up, and you don't have to have a iTunes account. Use this plugin to and just put audio on your site. That's basically how I use it on my personal site. But on sites that have the show that I want in iTunes, I have all this stuff out.
So you using the great plugin that creating your RSS feed?
Yeah. That WordPress creates the RSS feed for my blog, for my website. That RSS feed is WordPress handles that, all of that. Each blog post will have whatever information I type in here with an audio or video file attached, which I'll show you. So WordPress is handling all the RSS based on my URL, normally.com. So that's how it's building that.
The WordPress like kind of looks integrated in RSS feed as well.
Right. Exactly. Right. So if you don't have a website yet, you could use the website to kind of promote yourself. But I feel if you have a long-term plan, get your website, get your custom URL, and that way all your content's in one place. People know all your content. It's all you're in control of that, and it has your URL. So when you get into things like searching and naming of your files and your posts, it's all nice and another thing is like if you do use all these free services, keep in mind you don't own the place where your content is. So make sure you're backing it up and storing it somewhere, not just leaving it out on cloud. Using Podcamp free service, but Podcamp goes bankrupt, and they're like, you got to shut it down. You have 10 days to download your content, but you don't get the email until 15 days later. Then you don't have content. So own your stuff is another good rule of thumb. Make sure you have a backup of it, or you're hosting it in places that aren't just going to disappear overnight. So here I've created a new post, and Blueberry adds this widget down here. So to make it pretty simple, I just grab the direct link to the episode, and I paste it in here. I don't know why they have this verify button. Like sometimes it doesn't verify, but it's uploaded, it's there, that's the URL, so whatever. You can give some more information here. It usually auto detects it, like we already found that was 31 seconds. That sort of thing. I don't think that this information is that amazing. And then whatever, I'll just publish this. And now on the front end of my site, here's our file that we just made. It's always awesome news sounds, right? So it's that. So it's the process isn't that complicated. But yeah, just go through the motions, practice doing that, figure out how all this stuff works. Next is I want to go back into the settings here. So this is my PowerPlus settings and audio player. They provide you with a bunch of options. They have some built-in audio players with the plugin. Yeah.
Can I ask a question now? Are you posting it?
Yeah.
Podcast, is that Blueberry like integrated into WordPress? Because I don't see it.
So yeah. Are you self-hosted with WordPress? Yeah. You need it down. Yes, right. Well, which means you have WordPress installed on a web server that you pay for. You need to go to your plugins, and then Blueberry is a plugin you install on your WordPress site. So just go in here and add new, and search for it. Yeah. So here it is. Here's the plugin. I already have it installed. You can install it through here, and it'll automatically add it. And then when you have it active, when you have it activated, you'll get this down here, this extra group of settings, and then after you go in and all that stuff. And then when this is active, on each post, you post page, it'll have that little widget at the bottom where you can add that audio file. And then when you hit publish, Podcast automatically adds that audio file to the post. So you can choose whether you want the audio file to be above or below the content. In the settings, there's a lot of options for how it gets displayed, and but that's how that integrates. And you don't have to pay for their service. They're going to ask you to pay your phone number or whatever. To do this, what we're talking about is not free. I've never paid for their service because I don't need their stats and all that extra stuff that they want. I use Google Analytics. Libsyn, the basic stats of Libsyn, will tell you how many downloads you get. And until you get like the bands thing that you need to know, like send you you'll say you're trying to get advertisers, you need to know like the segment, then maybe it's worth it. But just getting started, I wouldn't worry about that. One thing that's something to be mindful of is an audio player. I like this HTML5 player. I don't love the way it looks. I think you can customize it if you want to, but they still offer, I think, a Flash player, older MP3 players, basic audio players. I think, this one can play an MP4 file. So, like, they have different players based on what type of content you're using. Personally, I choose the HTML5 player because it's going to play on all iOS devices. So, if someone comes to your website just on their Safari on their phone, they're going to be able to hit play and press play for that. And then it's playing in modern web browser. So, unless you know your audience is in like older web browsers like Internet Explorer 8 that doesn't support HTML5, then you might need to use an older audio player that is usable there. But ability in the future. So, I'm kidding. It's really important to know your audience. But the HTML5 player is efficient for that. I like the fact that you see the whole bar. That's why I choose this one. You can research more like audio players, or if you have a different bit of content or video content, like the video player also is important. You want the video to be if you're doing video and you're not just going to use YouTube or another video service, and you want another video to go through your podcast feed, which you would add that episode the same way to Libsyn or wherever you're hosting your audio file, add it to Blueberry in the same way. An audio file versus a video file in the context of a podcast is not different. It's just a media file attached to a blog post that's an RSS feed. That's what it boils down to. So you're just attaching this media file to your blog post. They just slap the word podcast on top of it, so it sounds different than what you just basically just doing that. But do your research on your audio player too. If you're just going to do a couple of videos, I might recommend just having a YouTube account. Use YouTube. That in WordPress. With WordPress, they have real sophisticated backend tools. You can just paste the YouTube URL right in the body of your blog post, and it'll grab the YouTube video in a special size, or whatever. You can customize that on YouTube and play it. One of the things that's good about that is the WordPress and YouTube kind of handle the back end stuff about what device is being looked at on and how this is played and all that stuff. So that can be something to consider. But if you're straight up doing video all the time, we can talk about that. Any questions? Okay, so yeah, that actually pretty much covers everything I have. We have some time. Did we not cover anything that anybody has like some other questions about? What about property?
Yeah, you said putting music behind it. What if somebody claims that is their copyright?
Yeah, well, if someone claims that, hopefully you can work that agreement out with them. Like all copyright, it's the same as when you were in high school with plagiarism or whatever. If if it's music that somebody else made that doesn't have specific free rights to you, then you need permission to use their content. The iTunes library, they give that away. Like, that's safe. Any of those Apple sounds in there are totally safe and free to use by anyone. That's why I hear them in TV commercials all the time. Like I'm watching football on Sunday, and then there's some sound effect from iTunes. I'm like, like these companies didn't like pay for someone to make their own custom sound. Like, how cheap are these guys? But like, they're fine. You can, so the quality of those sound effects are there. There's more than just sound effects. There's a lot of stuff in there. There are sites out there that have free sound, or you can pay to join a sound library. Just make sure that the licensing is good. There's a lot of resources out there. On five.
You can spend $5 for sound effects and music.
There's I forget off the top of my head what it was. I used to use this. There was a site that allowed me to go in and get pop music. It was a service that basically was a repository for new music coming out, and they wanted to give it away to like TV stations and radio stations to like preview it or use it, so they could eventually sell the album and promote the artist. So they had a podcaster level there where I could go in, and as long as I added the correct credits to my post, I could use like anything that they made available in my show. So I would go get background music, just full song. Random stuff. You can find a lot of music I end up liking listening to. So you can if you're interested in that, I'll have to dig it up. I forget what it was. It's been a while. But yeah, that's. So yeah, you might know that. Yeah.
Do you know about remotely? I'll have to the professor in the office at UCLA. What the best way to do it is on those phones. Some people are saying Google Hangouts work, but I'm not going to do videos.
Yeah, well, you can use Google Hangouts and then get the audio later. Just pull the audio out. That's one thing people do. Skype, if you have the pro version of Skype, allows you to record the call. There are other conference type online tools out there. Yeah, there are programs you can download and then run it. Like, so you would have a Google Hangout or whatever audio chat you're doing, and you're just recording system audio. That's what SoundCloud does.
So they're limited by whatever microphone they have.
Sure. Yeah, whether they're calling in or using a computer. If it's a regular guest, like I would try to have them like get a decent setup. You can work through that. I worked on shows where one person was, I think they recorded it on TalkShoe because they had like people all over the country. But they were all regular. But the one woman, she just would only have her cell phone, and that was all she had to call in. And sometimes the call would drop, and it was like an hour-long show or more that these guys did. And, those are limitations, and that's the reality. But it's not as bad as it sounds. Honestly, if you're creating content that people are interested and want to listen to and engage with, it's okay. And you can always step it up as you go. I wouldn't, unless you really have like the resources behind you. I wouldn't like shoot for the biggest, most expensive equipment until I know like what I want, what I use. Try to borrow people's equipment, or go and check it out, or go buy it at the store, use it. If you figure out if you like it or not, and then return it within 50 days or whatever. You just figure out what something you like, because it is an investment, and it's not only your time, but it's not money to get started. And like in the equipment, if you need a soundboard or multiple microphones and headphones, if you get really detailed, that's what I'm looking for. Hosting. Are you promoting it? Are you buying ads? Like, what are your goals? Your web service fees. If you need to hire a developer or something like that. The tools and resources are out there that you can do it yourself, and that's what Podcamp is all about is like helping them with those connections. So, but yeah, that's where it is.
Are there any things that's value right over there? The next level is management.
We could use, I mean, we could use Google Drive. I've heard people doing that.
I don't know. I mean,
I'm not sure. I have to look it up. But I don't know that you're gonna find a cheaper one than that. Maybe you can find someone else. Just that part of it. Or ask your listeners to. Yeah. Right. You could, yeah, you could do it. But I think it's like $15 at the next level. It's 15. I initially thought it was 600. Yeah, are you hearing that? Like, so here's where it's
I thought that I don't know anything about this. So I got 4 headset mics. So you can, so I wanted to undo the top shape. I went from 130 to 60.
We could, those are options to add audio clips at the beginning and end of your episode within Blueberry.
But then you can have a shorter show. Yeah. You know, like the quality of the thing.
Well, whatever you record at is fine. It's just when you compress it down, you want to get that file down. So, I mean, unless you're doing music, I don't know exactly. But it's mostly just voice. You don't need that range of that. It's just it'll be fine. It's the quality is fine. Oh, so yeah, if you plan on using just your computer, you probably want a microphone that has a USB interface. Otherwise, you're going to need a soundboard and mix it together and then go in with the keyboard. All right, well, I don't know what's next, but all right, yeah, feel free to ping me. Again, yeah, I'm Norm. Happy to be here. Happy to answer any questions or have any conversations about anything that's on your mind. Please think of it, and yeah,
If anyone is going out to lunch, I guess there's a sort of thing. There's a lot of access. So please be careful. We're out there walking around.
yeah, so walk.
Walk, don't run.
I'm so glad
Yeah. Yeah, no, somewhere along the line.
I've already said
What I was looking we had my partners. Oh, really? YouTube, somebody
And I actually had the guy that recorded the song. Yeah, he said YouTube put up something that the audio in this file belongs to such and such and has been used without this. No, we're agreeing. No, because we got what YouTube was put at the beginning of the file. Audio in this file is used without. So it made us especially slowly like we put it up on Vimeo. Yeah. Anyway, we just show some of those stories. And we go with guys. Yeah, there's a couple ones. Working PhD.
You don't have to be at least something.
Yeah, that's yes.
Like I said,
after this year,
right. Yeah, I mean, if you want to use it, they have that big of a like you want to be and then one
Living it. Living it.
I know but I mean, obviously, the affiliate, like, you're gonna, I've never done that. Regardless if you bring around. Yeah, I'm not trying to say oh, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's
Oh, this one's like just podcast.
Yeah.
Morbidly curious.
Yeah.
I just don't like words.
Well, I was telling Dan,
Or if there was the word. That would be
okay, we're all done. My Facebook friend might post that her husband is stuck in the so there's that.
Like it could be worse.
Right, which is a key in that. So. So, well, listen, yeah. Yeah, we can do that. But my thing is, I work one night with know, it's not just about that. So what I do locally is I keep the process to work with each other.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you very much.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I might. Oh no, totally. Yeah, I'm just starting it out. There's been so many. I totally learned from mine because
I have my following already. I just need to figure out this time. I'm doing it. So what my target audience is, I'm curious. I know how to do marketing. I don't think I'm just going to do it. I'm going to have 100 people listen to it. But there's a real need nationally for people to do this one. There's about children or whatever. Figure out what to do. How to do them, how to do how to operate the mechanics of learning. A lot of people just love dogs and they love whatever, and they do it by default. So I'm connected nationally, hundreds of people already. It was easy for me to just launch this thing.
it's a good niche.
It's very, very good. So people that are into this are doing it stuff. There's a few people that are like high level and the blogging, and I was part of the national blog. But I think it's where I can actually add blogs too. I mean that's why I want to do it. I think I can actually make a difference to me. I did this for years, and this is all archived. Go back and look at how to work with these volunteers, how to clean volunteers, how to fundraise and whatever. Yeah.
Well, another thing you can do is just sort of experiment, like try to figure out while you figure out the other things. You can show it off. But, mentioned boss.studio. You could even use like just your simple audio recorder on your phone.
Right.
To like just capture your audio.
Right.
Play it on yeah, this app is nice to do. Like, you could use the speaker on here to record the whole.
I'm just driving actually.
Okay.
So I actually really like that stuff that I got for the even better. Dragon is my hands are today. You see, and it transcribes it. It does don't repeat that correctly. So it knows what you're doing. Like a hammer, it's the type thing. But so I really understand it. Now, I don't work out some of it already. My thing would be I would be interviewing people, talking best practices people. So, but you know what? If it's a little positive chance, I have a very invested audience, and I'm not trying to be like that. Although that can happen. There's a lot of
Well, once you start to get into audio, like you start to notice other people's audio. So like,
yeah,
even like on ESPN or on TV, if they have somebody call in, it's like a wait for tell me on NPR. Like, you have that person call in, you can tell on the phone.
yeah.
You know, you can post it. They have a full search. I was shocked.
I follow a guru writing, and he does a podcast every Friday. So I'm going to ask him to do this. He doesn't make a fortune every year. He still does whatever. So I'm going to just follow his lead on how he presents it. And with the hosting thing, I hadn't known about. That's one of his things about. And I think it's sponsored because they're really animal. So I think that's you know. But I would think we need to, do a good job of get somebody else.
Yeah, I like this. I need to because I'm glad that but Audacity's free. Yeah, they just don't make those. It's site. I was so afraid.
Yeah, well, here's what I heard. I did a video for this. I figured out what to do. I'm a really good photographer, and I can like we just did together about this video, and I bought the music on Spotify. Just right. So I don't have to hit once. Perfect. So I put together this 10-minute video. Took me 16 hours. But did it, and when I gave it to them, and they uploaded it to their YouTube channel, they must have. Well, be sure that it's copyright protected. You don't, look at the channel. And I'm like, yes, I bought it. No, here's the name of it. So I always warn people. Again, the animal rescue, they go out and they find a beaver stew, and they spend all this time, and I'm like, yeah, like they do that,
And even like classical music, like I thought like classical music.
Yeah, it's sort of
whatever.
Yeah, they go to fucking singing,
But
right?
any recording is copyrighted. So anything before like the 1920s, technically the music itself is free reign, but if it's a recording of that, then it's then we're taking over. Yeah, you can't just
But normal people don't know that. You know what I mean? Like,
that's,
they don't even
I've
think
learned so
about it.
much stuff.
But I'm gonna get in touch with you.
Yeah, please
I
do.
don't have a card on you. But I'm here. Where do you work?
I work at
Oh, you work with I'm on the board of ICC. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's too best facility.
Yeah, she's accurate.
Yeah.
She's so funny.
That's
Tell
so
her you
funny.
had married her out of it.
Married her out of it.
There's not a whole lot of us. That's my
Thank you very
friend.
much. That was a great.
Yeah, that was good. It was a lot of it was over my head, but that was okay.
Once you start to dive in,
Well, yeah.
This one. All right. This is perfectly good. This is
I agree. You put your session on.
I hope so.
I'm unfortunately doing the social media
Well, I can wait. I know.
I know the guy.
So I never. Oh, it's sort of fun.
Yeah, we're doing all of these.
That one I got. It was Chachi Kelly.
Yeah, Chelsea talked about this.
It is still a very like it gets the well, it gets useful. This presentation is 40 minutes of one part of an answer to a question which I totally thought last year. Q&A. So if I have time to do Q&A, this may only be a voice.
I think it's going to be sarcasm, but no, it's seriously like your session gave me through the little filter that I had to figure out. I was like,
I'm very, very proud to do this.
which is one of the reasons.
You speak tongue. So if you have any rules, it's very difficult to recognize and then by the alliteration having the balance.
I think it's different. And yet I'm glad that we gave you this first.
So this is so I just need to give you a look.
live stream. Hello, two people watching now. I see you out there.
Ways to learn how to be effective in interpersonal effectiveness.
Greetings and welcome to the
not an encouraging thought. Hello.
I'm not trying to crowd you, but is it okay if I sit
No,
over here? Okay, all right.
I'll be moving eventually.
I just didn't want you to think
This
there's
is a
like
quite
100 other
large,
seats,
yeah.
and yeah.
It would probably be more awkward if you went and sat on like the very far end over there.
The chances everybody's gonna roll back and watch them back.
Not good, considering it's 4 minutes from now.
Well, they're probably all slipping down the street somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad out there.
I'm in here for the next 2 sessions. If you do, there's a big problem. Oh my God, why is the podium on fire?
At that point, I can't really help you. So I'd say run for your life.
Yeah, there's a big.
So you didn't change this to the questions. Okay, I'll just keep looking on Twitter then. Well, there were a few people that were kind of watching previous ones.
Yeah, they were on Twitter and stuff. So I should probably change that. Yes. Yeah. Well, this is the cheaper one. This is the one that I have my clients get. Also, here's the thing about the system. How's that? How's that? I've never used it.
Decent quality. I haven't actually used it in anything yet. It's kind of totally audio.
I think kind of all right because it's. I mean, they have to use the motion stuff. So they have to have decent resolution. Like, I'm surprised. The Connect. So Connect has this like sensor thing on it, right? And if you ever looked at, there was somebody you met at Comic-Con that they were taking Connect and they're putting input into a program that would remodel the frigate based on how it's moved. It finds the joints, that's how it looks for characters and everything. But the resolution is so low. Like it looks like it might be like 640 by 480. And it's so pixely. You can see the forms of it. You're walking by it. And that's why it's pretty good. It's much higher resolution, so it'll see more of the whole black.
Everything is the wrong thing, but that was I don't remember the model. I
wish I could get everybody to get them all. Yeah. Like Logitech's and like here and there's a lot of like what people have on hand and that's a lot of like
I was.
I saw the tweet.
That's good. Thank you.
Before we get started, what is everybody think? Is there anybody who is doing video right now?
Right now,
Right now, like we did the toe in the video. Like, are you guys like on YouTube or video stuff? So, I mean, I'll talk a little bit about those. And, I'm really going to. I'm really going to mostly talk about for the one-on-one. It's kind of like some kind of entry points. Did anybody go to the Hangouts, the live stream one we just did for lunch? The listen one. I mean, that's a lot of my stuff is based on that too. And so I'll probably go. I know they should do some fairly like this is how you do it. And basically how it's done. And she had like you saw, I'm talking about the same cameras and stuff. So, but I'll talk about some other options as well, and kind of why you want to go one way or another. It's called video podcasting. I feel like that's very limiting. Like we're not putting our stuff on iTunes as much anymore for video. I don't think there's a lot of audience there for it myself. That's my personal preference. So it's really just kind of I kind of more think of it as video for the web. Like we're talking about YouTube, that's where everybody's most part doing their video. There are exceptions, but for the most part we're streaming. So where can I put that? That anybody can stream now on our TVs and everything. And that's the cool thing too. Because when we started this, and those who don't know me, I do Sorgatron Media. It's my own company, and we do a lot of podcasts, all of this stuff, and most of which we record on Tuesday nights or Tuesday afternoon and nights, which encompasses not all of these shows here. And then Will in the back is that. That's just audio. That's Will. You know, right guy. Really confident. He's awesome. Great show. Highest note, of course, is reading every X-Men member ever for a 45-minute podcast to celebrate 10 episodes. That was awesome. So I started as an audio podcaster because, I mean, 2006, they didn't have the bandwidth, right? You know, we were on our cable modems and everything, and just kind of discovering podcasting. And then about 2010, we saw kind of the video podcasting thing happening. I think at the time, CNET was doing a lot of video casts, and of course we look forward to a big influence for me is the This Week in Tech Network, twitch.tv if you want to check that out. And kind of followed suit and said, okay, let's try this. We're doing our shows are very kind of long form discussion kind of shows. Our Wrestling Mayhem show that we started in 2006 could go 2 hours. We're trying to rein it in a little bit. So when you're doing video, that's a little hard to digest. So if you're just getting started with a video, that's we talked about kind of jumped in a little bit on the audio podcast and playing on an idea is what's your audience going to be? If you're doing video, you will have more success, I believe, if you do short form video. Or think about what you do watch on YouTube. Typically, what's YouTube notorious for? Like, kittens and people getting sick in the ball, right? If they see that, right? Look at the people that are successful on YouTube. Your I Just Need, your My Drunk Kitchen, Epic Mealtime. Most of those shows are maybe 3 minutes is a good, but a lot of times maybe they'll extend to 10, go a little longer. SourceFed is another one that I like. Where it's a nice 3-minute, 4-minute news item, and they just do a bunch. One, it's really nice because you have a bunch of things for people to click on, a bunch of to get more clicks on it, you get better engagement. We'll talk about that a little bit when we get into YouTube. And which hopefully means you get better advertising, right? Versus I'm putting my hour and a half wrestling talking about pro wrestling show on, and the numbers aren't there for YouTube for us. It's very much some people access it that way. It's kind of nice because people send me pictures and they say, hey, I'm watching the show on my Chromecast on my 42-inch TV. And here's my big head, you know. So it's nice to have that access and have that option for people. But we know our money, most of the users, the most successful way for us is the audio side. So a lot of what I'm going to talk about, of course, is going to apply to how we're doing things there. But again, kind of with a mind for that kind of short form is probably going to be your best bet, considering that. There was a really good workflow with the Hangouts, right? If you didn't catch that, I think it's a really good. It's really into Google Hangouts, and I ain't going to talk about it because there's a lot of stuff I do. I'll show some examples of what we're doing with it. If you're doing a long form video, kind of even a short form, if you're doing a 10-minute show, consider the audio stuff. So look at the audio podcasting, that idea, and it could be very accessible. I was very surprised. There was a show recently. Anybody familiar with Gary Vaynerchuk? He's kind of a social media guru. His book includes Crush It. I think it's a new economy or something like that. I read it. I don't remember the name. And Jab Right Club is the latest one. And I think a lot of my kind of customer service social media people have on that. But he recently started doing a Q&A show. And, you know, nice put together. They're filming on the DSLR, and it's got a really cool look for it. I can actually bring it up real quick. And I'm surprised because it's a very visual thing. Like they're putting on Twitter questions, and it's him, and they're putting some graphics up and everything. And you kind of wonder, you know, how does this translate for the audio? And they started putting it out on a podcast.
On this episode, I talk about bricks and mortars, I talk about almonds, kids with cash, and some other stuff. You ask questions, and I answer. This is the Ask.
So I mean, this is the high end. This is you know, somebody that has somebody editing, they have graphics. He does this, I think, 5 days a week, and for really his hectic schedule works out with it. This is kind of your ideal idea. This is your ideal concept. It's something you can do daily or several times. So more people have a chance to interact with you. More people will find you based on varying topics. Maybe I'll come across this guy talking about telemarketing. Maybe because he's talking about Snapchat. The Snapchat thing has been really big in the news.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
right off the bat, it's just kind of having that strategy. Now, so you want to get started. And honestly, it doesn't take much these days to get started. Like, you know, really with the advent of Google Hangouts, I like Google Hangouts. Is everybody familiar? If anybody doesn't know what a Google Hangout is here. So of course, you know, it's part of Google Plus, and it's really tied into YouTube. So again, we're in a 201, but I have a studio. I've pieced all these a soundboard and multiple computers, and they're all feeding into this Wirecast setup, so I can bring people on multiple Skype lines, and each person gets a computer, and I can control the audio here, and I'm sitting in front of, I think I counted 6 or 7 monitors when I sit down Tuesday night to do the show, right? And this is all just, you know, equipment. I'm going to talk about that later. Now, when I look at the kind of show you can do with a Google Hangout and the tools they've given for it, I kind of sometimes wonder why I have a studio, because it's that they're giving you that many options. But the biggest thing is accessibility. For instance, okay, so our typical show, and Riz in the back. Our typical show looks
Hey guys, first time here.
And it's in the studio, So we're using Wirecast. I'm live switching. I think in this video I got Will in the back there. There he is on his webcam. Again, using this what we have on cam. But the guys from the Wrestling Mayhem show are taking some of the concepts with Google Hangout on air, and they're able to play a little bit to the point where they decided doing.
We are live once
There's
again.
Chris. He's practicing his podcast. There's in the back there. He's practicing his podcasting stuff. Is this one of your solo ones? Mike on this one? Oh, we can get a original soy domain, by the way. There he is. So this is cool because these guys, they watch NXT Impact Wrestling on Thursday nights. I've dedicated myself for my own sanity and for my wife's sanity to only do my podcasting on Tuesday nights, so I'm not going to expand to do that myself personally. But our network of people, you got Riz, who's here in Pittsburgh. The other guy, Matt Mike, is up in Poughkeepsie, New York. The guy who just, he wears white beaters on the show. But now we have this accessibility, and we can do these extra shows, which is nice. And then again, that workflow we talked about in the other session. We can take this and you go into YouTube and you can download this file. It's converted to MP3, take it out on the screen. Now I got something in iTunes, I got something in Stitcher, we got something everywhere else. And these do surprisingly well. And it's something we wouldn't have done with the full assets of what we're doing in the studio. To the point where, like, I'm surprised. I mean, this is them talking for a half an hour. It's just like two heads talking for half an hour, and we get like 500 hits. It's like defying all the logic I have for making a good video on YouTube, right? But sometimes they hit and they get on a wave and we do good, and so it's worth us to be doing. David said, these guys also get together, and now they do a game show that they've been putting together. A pro wrestling trivia game show. I don't think it's taken off numbers for a while, but it's just a good concept to pass up, and we're having fun with it. And I'm hoping to kind of push it through, and we can make something out of that too. They're starting to do Mystery Science Theater stuff because everybody has WWE Network for $9.99. And so we all have accessibility to all these old pay-per-views. So they're saying that, like most of the big wrestling fans, they're paying their $10 and they have access to all this too. And our audience is fine. So they're saying they have these watch parties where they're going to sit there and do their Mystery Science Theater and discussion over it and watch, and you can sync it up and watch it together. Again, these guys are just using this is a laptop. That's your laptop. Mike's on, I think, a laptop camera as well. He just upgraded. And he's got his headset. We're not, don't have the money to give everybody really nice headsets, really nice cameras, but you can get started. And that's one thing I really push with the Hangout is everybody's got a camera at this point. You got it on your phone, you have it on your laptop. Can you get a laptop without a webcam anymore? Like the Chromebooks have them, like there's a lens on you somewhere if you're on a computer with a desktop, I guess. So you can jump in and get started. Even the point, we've also done a couple of things with our clients. This is a client I have on my list. We played with ideas for videos. We have some stuff on here where we wired the cameras and the lights and did some big production videos, then talking about their services and their events. This is Sinclair Behavioral Therapy. They're a behavioral therapy, and they deal a lot with addiction, suboxone treatments, psychology. But they're very much into, kind of not just the treatment, you have to prepare yourself, so with nutritionists, yoga, Reiki, stuff like that, and they're trying to do a full around thing. So this is a series we started over a year ago called the Educational Grand Round. And the big thing was, what can we do with it? We drag in half of my studio, right? And we have a computer in their group room that was set up. We have PA students coming in all the time. And And we just do something simple, something that we can just set up a camera and do something simple. For these guys, again, the little hardware here. Again, kind of echoing the session before, probably the best thing for your money to get is this, the C910, Logitech webcam C910. I can retail, I think around $80. Seems about right. The Amazon usually has the best price on it. It's really nice. Again, as echoed, you can put this on a nice tripod like it has in the back, which I myself, and you'll see them on some of the laptops around here. I'm on a little bit of I'm doing a podcast myself budget as opposed to my clients. If you're like, well, yeah, $80, $90 is a little steep for you. This is a nice alternative. It's $270. I think I saw on this site on Logitech is retailing for $40. I think I found it for $30, maybe a little bit less on Amazon. I think it's $10 for this. It doesn't have that tripod mount, so I have to have to go back and do something funky to make sure. On there. But I just needed something that was a little easier. We were taking all those cameras and trying to firewire them in and use like the pro cameras, and it's just easier to have something that's USB, that's nice quality. Another good option is for me to a little higher budget. We'll get some Cisco cameras, and they get known for networking stuff. But there's been some really nice quality. I know Alex Lindsay with Pixel cores and uses it. They've had some really nice quality off of that as well. But we grabbed this guy, and we also grabbed the picture. I like how this mic looks. The blue snowball. Thing to pain in the butt, but every time I try to put it on the sand, it'll roll off the table. It's just a ball. It's a ball. But again, it's really nice. I'm getting into mics, so that I figure that's more of an audio podcast kind of thing. But again, everything that applies to audio podcasting applies here, as far as your mics and everything. Because no matter what you're doing with video, if you don't have good audio, just throw it away. If you're not getting good audio, if you're punching too much in the video, that's happened to me too. I'm punching 60 video and stuff, and then the audio podcast stuff. I have a bad couple of weeks there, or something. So I'm missing that stuff. Worry about switching stuff. It'll look really graphic too. But if you're not signing the ground floor with people's ears, it's just not going to work. Unless you put music to it or something. I don't know. But for what we're doing for conversation, you gotta have the audio down. I would almost recommend, especially if you're doing kind of a long-form discussion kind of thing, start with an audio. It's easier. You got less things to worry about. It's a smaller file. Get that down. Maybe do a version of what you want to do in that audio form. Even if it's short, give me a 10-minute thing. There's podcasts that are like 2 minutes are out there. It feels like a daily kind of thing. That's fine. We'll definitely get that down. So we got the blue microphone. We got the C10 Logitech for these guys. The problem is we have their computer, and we got a great connection. I looked it up. They got like Comcast Business. I bought this thing on speed text on that. Here's another thing. I know we've discussed before. Make sure you have a very good connection to the internet. The nice thing about it is it's recording out there. You don't have to worry about the CPU of your computer, the speed of your hard drive. You're recording whatever Google is receiving from you, whatever is broadcasting to you, whatever quality of these broadcasts, because we're using Google Hangouts today, actually. As long as that, if you log in and you love how that looks, you know you have a full connection at 720p and everything, that's what you're going to get. I'll get a little bit more of that in 201 why that's important. So we have these guys. We can set up something really quick. I can go put my camera on the table, a microphone in front of them, and it gets them started, and they don't have to worry about it too much. And again, with Google Hangout, it's really nice.
Greetings.
And sometimes I have trouble doing him. He's actually been getting really good as a host. I don't want to phone, but after about 40 times doing this, he kind of gets the hang of it. Talking from the camera. And like I said, there's students we get to have on and psychologist, another psychiatrist is there. So we get to put some faces to people. And we have a whole series that I'm talking about. We just did a series on 12-step recovery. We talked with Nancy Fitzgerald up here about kind of a religious mindfulness kind of thing that she's doing up in New Hampshire. And this, of course, Miracle, I guess, the study and everything. But again, we're able to bring them in nice and easy. This is what I'm doing. So I'm able to do some stuff, make sure she's going to look okay as well as we can. We get a lot of times different quality because we got a good camera, got a good connection. They have a AMD tri-core Windows 7 machine sitting there, and we can't process all the video very well. So we'll see these little bits of what we can really bring. There's not much we can do about it. If you want the best quality for Google Hangout, they recommend 4 logical cores, so that can get sketchy. I know CPUs are not as clear as they used to be 10 years ago. But generally, if you want to aim for at least having, if you're looking for a computer, an Intel i5, i7. I don't know what the AMD equivalents are, but if you can see the specs cores, and they say logical cores, so if you've ever hit control of the week, pulled up your system CPU, like does it when you look at the CPU graph, it's showing 4 different graphs. So that's each core in your CPU. Maybe get a little cool. But that's the kind of thing you need to look for. And I think activity monitoring on the Mac is the same. So that's what you need to get. I want to broadcast HD. I have this nice Logitech $90 camera, and I want to make sure everything goes out to that extent.
So you're making video. Even aside from that, even if you're now, this is the other side of the thing as far as we want to make things dead simple, so they're at least making videos. These videos suck. I completely admit it, but we got the conversation. Somebody there, I can train their not so technically literate staff to go over to the computer, set up that mic, set up that camera, and log into Google and get their account connected and everything, so that makes it a little easier. Kind of works a little bit in Google Plus. And they have these psychiatric camera where they have somebody come in physically, and they invite people to come in and let's see, we're talking about the role of integrative medicine here. But really good practitioners from around the area that come and have full discussions with it. Again, doesn't look too hot, but we capture it. And can we capture these conversations and do something with it? And that's also why I like the Snowball. Again, like the Getty. You have a setting on it for the cardio. I'm not using cardio and everything, but basically, am I talking to somebody directly in front of me? Is the microphone in front of me and I need a nice clear connection here? Or can I pick up the whole room? Is it doing a 360? And that's what we're doing here. We just have a room full of people. We just need to kind of mic it and get it done. You see it looks chunky again. That kind of problem with the computer and everything. Tiny windows. I've always had a problem with it too. Even when I got a pro camera, it's just so tough. They don't even have like no blinds or anything, so we get stuck with that. So, kind of the point on that is like if you have a webcam, if you have a mic, if you have your computer with your webcam, you got the nice little earbuds that came with your iPhone, you can get started with video. And I say, just taking that first step before you put the money into it, before you buy the blue microphone, before you buy the $90 camera and everything. I want to touch on a couple other kind of access points here too. So, especially with youth. So, obviously, I think any computer you're going to get right now comes with a video editor. Windows comes with Windows Movie Maker. I haven't seen it in a few versions. I imagine it's only gotten more capable to a certain point. and of course iMovie. Recently, and if you guys have Netflix, I recommend this, especially if you want to kind of look at video on the web. There was a documentary called Please Subscribe. That's the title of it. It is about YouTubers. It is about people getting the hits and making money from YouTube. And you'll look in it. There's one guy that's doing some special effects and stuff. And he's like Final Cut. It's not even the new Final Cut. It's like the old Final Cut. That you get it by a box, right? But most of the most successful ones are just using iMovie. You don't need to learn this $300 program or Adobe Premiere. You can get started with iMovie. iMovie is, I think, as a professional video editor, very powerful. I started getting around it after a couple of years ago for a client, and there's a lot of stuff on it as far as spreading some of the audio selection, the color and audio, and you got to dig into it a little bit. And it's a different way of thinking of this. That's why I think inside, I think why most people have problems when they made a new Final Cut, because all of the video editors have been doing this forever. Didn't want to start thinking of it. But again, if you start with iMovie, it's I think it's better for people that aren't already video editors. So definitely dig into that. And you're welcome for search YouTube. If you want to really get deep dive into a tool, subscribe to lynda.com, lynda.com. They have awesome stuff. We used to subscribe to it for learning programs whenever we moved to learning Adobe Motion or something trying to figure out how to take logos off people's hard hats because you don't use it for different stuff. Stuff like that. And they have everything down. Podcast posts. Right down to that. And you can just subscribe for maybe a month or something. Take a deep dive into iMovie if you're really dedicated to it. Or I have Windows Movie Maker, I suppose too, if you have that. But you don't even know. If you're already making Hangouts on air, you're already in YouTube, right? YouTube has a very, 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 I will stress, rudimentary video editor. If you hit upload, you usually get this. Usually you pop your video in there and you don't think about it, right? And I'm not sure if there's really an easy way to get to this otherwise. But you see we got a few options. If you just want to set up your webcam and I want to talk into the camera for a little bit, you can just hit record. It's going to find your webcam. It's going to load up whatever Flash or HTML5 they're using now to do that. And you're already, even before there were Hangouts, you can just get your video into YouTube. And of course, you've got Hangouts on air as an option here. Then you have this video editor. So I can go in here, and I'm in the Podcamp Pittsburgh account. Here's when I was testing the Hangouts to make sure all the computers were working at different stages the other day. And you have very basic editing tools. So I can crop this down. See if you just did the webcam thing, or you did the Hangout thing, or maybe you did the Hangout, something failed in the middle. You have to start a new Hangout, continue the conversation for whatever reason. You can at least kind of pull those together into bring those couple of clips together and get in here and bring them together and just make some little edits. And they have some quick fixes: auto fix, brightness, contrast, slow motion, stabilize. Even if you took your iPhone and you film some video, my dog barking. How about that? We get a cameo on that session. And even sort of in the video onto it. Again, if you have an iPhone, you're ready to go. How many documentaries have you So and probably going to be a little bit better quality than the webcam. I would just say I'm not really diss Android across the board. I haven't been impressed with a lot of cameras. I know there's some good Android cameras out there. So do your research. But generally, if it's like I want to carry a camera that can do some pretty amazing stuff, if you're doing, I'm to the point where I kind of want to grab my when you upgrade, grab the 4Xs like the mods have, just to carry around as HD cameras. You know, because they do good 720p stuff, and you can get all kinds of walk around that's like a stabilizer, right, for your iPad. The new iPads are doing incredible things. Instead of having to look at, like, you know, that's a $300 camera, I got a $3,000 one in the main room, you know, and that's what we're doing for our production. But to get started, this is fun, you know. As long as I delete all of my, you know, WWE Supercar menu version, I got room on it, I'm good to go. And you have YouTube capture on here, and again, has some of these to get you started. Sometimes the stabilized video screws me up, so watch what you're doing there. It auto does it. Sometimes I'll make something in iMovie on here. You can add it on your phone. How incredible is that? I can do iMovie on my phone. It's ridiculous, and for some people, that's maybe all you need. One for iPad. The iPad iMovie, I think, is supposed to be pretty. I still have an iPad 1, so I haven't really looked up at some of their tools. But there's supposed to be a lot of extra stuff in that version of it. So obviously YouTube really kind of gives you a foot in the door to get started. And it's really, I just recommend just like, I think there's a creating content that doesn't suck that I think it's tomorrow morning. If you're not a person who maybe feels comfortable, if you feel perfectly comfortable in front of the camera, go take a video yourself and see how comfortable you can get afterwards. Because that's important. Just do it. Even if you don't put it out there, there's a 10 podcast rule that we have in audio podcasting 101. Make 10 videos. There's a guy, Andy Anato. He's a great writer for the Chicago Sun-Times. I listen to a couple podcasts he's on. Not go on that really often, so people like comic books will. And he's an often contributor on that great weekly. He is a guy that said, okay, I do writing, I do these podcasts, some are audio, some are video, and I set up the stuff, and somebody else takes care of the video part. But I wanted to, he said, I hate doing video. So he set a challenge for himself to use some of these tools. And he has it set up already, so he's recording to his computer already because he's broadcasting everything, right? To do, I think he set himself a goal of 3 videos a week. I think it was Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Talk about whatever topics, tech stuff, even comic books, photography is a big thing with him as well. Highly recommend it. During the end of those 3 topics, check them out. Don't pass me this over. But Google first. That's a Google report. But to get you started, you know, kind of have that goal. You know, can I do a thing where I talk for 5 minutes every day about? I'm actually got this thing in my head that I agree with you. Kind of, I want to do short form videos again, post long form stuff, right? And again, I'm talking about a podcast. I had this idea of maybe I'll do a short form video that'll be. And it's like seriously an idea. I do a short form show where I talk about X, Y, and Z, and maybe we'll be talking about daily tasks we do, or I talk about things or something, and then kind of see where that goes from there. And then, you know, can I do that 4 days a week? Can I take the time? The other thing you got to think about, like the things like the audio podcast. While audio podcasting probably takes about, like 2 to 3 times whatever it was for whatever your final product is. So you want 45 minutes, and it takes like 3 hours filing after everything, being prep and then that and editing. I know we streamline things a lot for what we do on Tuesdays. So it's also Wednesday though. You know, video editing, if you're really going to get in there and do a lot of, I'm going to flip it up, I'm going to be the the YouTube style where it seems like they cut out every pause, so it's really kind of jumbled together. That's what they have. I thought about doing this, and I'm like, I don't want to sit there and do that, but can you fit that into your life? The one that any of these questions, I fit this into my life. Can I say I'm going to take Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, which means I'm going to take Sunday night, Tuesday night, Thursday night to work on that video, and nothing else fits into life. And again, taking that time to say, what is my book doing? I need practice. I hate this kind of voice. And people say, oh, you're doing kind of okay. Whatever. I'm like, as soon as I'm doing it, I still like that. I think I sound an idiot. But I can do this. When there's really, with anything, you should listen to that audio or video and just kind of see how you're coming on. Like, if you listen back to your podcast, video, audio, whatever, you're going to notice little things that annoy you, and other things that you didn't do for one thing, and have a little bit of awareness. It's all about little awareness, especially doing video. Like, have some people that are doing these podcasts. Don't put your hands in front of your face, while you're talking on Google Hangouts. All right, real quick, I need to get to some of more technical stuff. I do have to bust out of here in probably 10 minutes because I'm the guy that switches all the tapes. So, all right. You're very broadly YouTube. I think YouTube is your go-to thing. YouTube is the place for you to get started. But there's other concerns that maybe you don't want to use YouTube for something. There are options. If you are concerned about copyrights, if you're concerned about people's rights to use the stuff that you make, YouTube has I don't even understand how to do a YouTube license. I call myself Creative Commons, so it's not concerned. But standard YouTube license gives them rights to do whatever. I think like when you see a YouTube video on, I don't know, Jimmy Kimmel or something, they have whatever connection that they're allowed to do that. They use your video and they use on Jimmy Kimmel, and you don't get any compensation. If you have a problem with that, don't use it. And there's other concerns as well. Basically, if you're concerned about somebody else using your stuff the way you don't want it to be used, you should probably look at another option. One of those options is Vimeo. I'm sitting here trying to figure out the name because it sounds like everything else on the internet these days. Vivo with an I, and then that's here in Pittsburgh, and Vivo that's the video with an E. But Vimeo is typically when I see somebody doing like a independent movie production, this is where we go. So, but again, not as easy 101 price of entry. Obviously, you're starting. You got a lower end, but it's again, now you're talking about okay, what size are my files? Am I doing a short? Am I doing an hour show? That's again, I'm converting my like hour long discussion shows. This is a medium option. They're just way too big a file. It's HD files, put them up there. But again, thankfully, I'm not concerned about myself the stats. Represent Pittsburgh, Libsyn. They have video options as well. Again, I mean, you have the concern with, how much video am I putting up every month? And I don't think these two guys do it, but video, I think it's this one I was looking at. Some places you go, notice this is Podcamp.com. They have some video options as well. But you see it's like $18 a month. You have an $18 a month idea, you have that budget to be able to jump into it. And that's a consideration too. Am I just experimenting, or is this a business thing? For one thing, do we have a budget to say, okay, we're gonna go like whenever for me to experiment, we talked about whenever I do an audio show, I put it on YouTube, I'm putting it on talk shoot, because I don't know if it's a money making thing, it's a hobby thing, it's an experimental thing. I hope they turn into something that works when it comes to the podcast thing. But for a client that has at least some kind of running budget,
the podcast is almost something. The video cast, well, we're still using YouTube, we don't have any concerns with it. But if there was somebody that was concerned about their copyright and that control and how it looks, and YouTube putting a .soy ad in front of my important video where I'm putting my message out, then yeah, you want to consider one of these. But more so the Vimeo. The reason I wanted to bring up more Podbean and Libsyn, video podcasting means I put my video show on iTunes. Again, I feel like people aren't doing that. There may be some exceptions. I had a guy that was trying to download my Awesome Cast show that's an hour long in HD onto his iPod Nano, and we had a discussion about what compressions I was using to try to get that to work, and I'm just like, man, you're probably the only guy doing that. I might be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure not a lot of people are going and downloading those shows. That again, we're kind of in a streaming culture. We have ample bandwidth as long as the FCC doesn't screw us up. And Comcast, I won't get into that. And we should be good for a while. But if you do want to get into that, if you do want to have that RSS feed and stuff, look at Libsyn, look at Podbean. And they'll probably, I know a lot of shows I come across have like a nice landing page on Podbean as well. Of course, Libsyn has nice great branding stuff too. I think that touches base on most of my 101-ish stuff. I really, again, kind of glossing over a lot of things, just some good entry points for you guys. We have a couple minutes. Question? Yeah. Is it worth uploading a picture? Yes. Oh, yes. If you have the opportunity, there's something called the YouTube School. I don't remember the name of it. This is like a YouTube School thing, and all of those people that are down in LA doing videos in their studio and being awesome YouTube people, I just seen this original actually is part of them too. But they talk about a lot of that kind of stuff. Because especially when we went to our Sinclair page, I still have it up there. I said we had problems with the video. Notice the pictures. These are the pictures I did, right? So then something nice, something that pops over on the Wrestling Mayhem show. Again, it's a lot of talking heads. How exciting is that going to be, right? But I put my album art in there. We're talking about Raw. We're talking about the TNA stuff. I put that. We started talking about old pay-per-views. I put the artwork in from that. It pops. It just sticks out when your ads on the side, and it's because otherwise, you've been in there, you've probably been in there, right? You get like 3 choices. Yeah. Like here's something from 33% of your video. Here's something from 50%. Here's something from 75%. And that's it. And if you're like, it's like me with my eyes closed and like this, that's what's that? Who's gonna click on it? Doing whatever you're doing, or it's like in the middle of a transition or something. This way you can control. Even if you just take a still from your video. My question is, if we have a podcast with audio, okay, there's no video. It's worth it to put it, go into Premiere, link that in yourself, just whatever works, and then post that on YouTube also. So you can listen to audio. Yeah, I should do that right here. This is funny because actually I have an audio shows on Spreaker. Super glad Jimmy slung it through together really quick thing there. Because it makes it searchable. Because this is something we did in 2009 before I even did videos. Crazy liner I got in there. For now, you're not going to find that in my podcast, right? Who's going to go back and discover this Jimmy Snippet interview we did? That's really awesome and weird. Back in 2009. But now I'm sitting on YouTube where everybody's looking for wrestling stuff. And now they're going to find it. A whole lot of people going still. It is another option. It's another access point. Maybe somebody's looking for super like Jimmy Snippet, and now they found my show, and now maybe they'll subscribe to the show because we say subscribe everywhere. And now there's another access point. But certainly, I think certainly put your audio podcast on YouTube. Like if you're already, you
should already be making a podcast show graphic, right, for wherever you're posting, right, like all those ones I had. Just put that as your video. Because then you're sitting there rendering out a HD 720 video. So you want it to look good when it pops up here. And now you have this giant video. It's really just audio. Yeah. You know, I mean, it's a pain in the butt.
Not compared to regular video, because a render time is about an hour.
Yeah. You don't have a pretty big, machine doing it. I was doing it for a while on like an older 2009 MacBook. Exactly. Well, ideally, you're doing your audio's already done. You're not doing any amp. You're not doing anything on that. I think I have a little bit of motion. I can't see here, but I think there's a little bit of motion in this background here. So now I have to render the 15 minutes of that. You know, or maybe we talked to Nasty Boy Jerry Sags about breaking into Graceland, and that was like a 45-minute podcast. So I'm gonna render out this 45-minute thing of something I'm trying to make look good because I'm using some kind of generator or Final Cut. You know, and maybe I move stuff, or maybe I wanted to kind of like say a website or say hey subscribe, and I have something cycling. It's gonna render all that stuff. You know, and it's kind of like that you know, your time versus, you know, is it worth it for that? You know, like every time I look at a new platform, it's like, okay, is there a point to make it fun? You know, people can find me on YouTube, and that's why we start with video, and then I just, you know, retroactively make that the audio show for all those people that have been listening. So it's just another place for people to find it. Everybody's on YouTube, so why not? Yeah, you can show on what you're already doing on there. There's some, or you can just do like an extra thing on the side, you know. We do it. Okay.
Oh, no, I had another one.
That's one. I want to get some more questions.
That's Bruce Neville.
The one I keep dropping, don't tell my employer.
What?
The one I keep dropping, don't tell my employer.
Okay, that one that you keep dropping and don't tell your employer. I shopped around for the older one, the one with the big stand and everything that was going for like 150.
The Yeti one?
Yes.
Yes. Also recommend, also really awesome. Norm feels that had like, we record some old evening podcasts with it. I really value it, especially for nerds. What is it? The one saying where like both sides.
Yeah.
Right? That's really cool.
This is way out of price range, and I like that price range a little bit better. But how has anything or like any mobile devices? Because I know for a while the Snowball Yeti would crash your iPad on a heartbeat. Even then, so it would go right into your MacBook.
Yeah, that's more those. Both those solutions. I answered the third part. Both those solutions are USB connections. They're not dealing with XLR mics or anything like that. But again, might have XLR version. So that's I don't want to deal with all this stuff. I want a microphone and plug it straight into my thing. I don't know about any other issues. Everybody actually.
Yes.
There are options. Those will automatically go through. There is a really good session on YouTube about doing podcasting exclusively on your iPad.
That was good. Yeah.
That was a really good session. I'm sure a lot of that stuff. I mean, obviously,
they had a dongle that one. Yeah, they had one of these that, and it was still the Yeti without the Yeti. It was practically one right.
The Yeti requires more power than iPad.
Yeah.
Put out there. You gotta use it.
Not even actually his app to do it, but I need to find something to go and see this. Because I think I want to record the video on this with these ones, so very quick and
I always
kind of stream it that way.
This is always. I'm really big on redundancy. I'll probably talk about that a little bit in the field one. I always worry about making video on the iPad and audio because I want to monitor it. You know, I don't want to record this awesome interview with the guy I ran into at the restaurant. You know, and listening to great. I'm talking about hero, and you know, for whatever reason. The box truck has a monitor, right? See, now we get into some deeper stuff here. It's like what works with
I'm trying to really shy away from using. In the past, I used a Kodak Passport to record all my shows on.
Yeah.
And then it was download that onto the computer, then take it into iMovie.
And you want
Mess
the other
around
thing,
with
like
it,
find
then
that screen
upgrade
on
it.
it, and the video too. I specifically for a little bit was making videos on my phone because I'm like, okay, I've been using this high-end stuff, that's on YouTube, the job and everything. What, like, I wanted to know what people can do on iMovie, on a phone, so that's my own iPhone. Recording a little bit, this is me, or going through this, or my wife keeps telling me rad, the full race, and I did a little video on that, just to see how it looked, and like pulled up my phone fast, and how does that stack up? If you're doing certain things. And there's a lot of things you can modify too. Just how we even video is called battering with the put your phone in and hold it, and it's nice. There's a lot of that on TV. Like the things you got with the iPad. What is that?
Called the Podcaster.
That's actually what I was just going to bring up.
I know that personally they're great for one of the people. It's also this rubber insert pops out. That's a page for your digital camera. And then all these little holes here, you can put your lights, right?
Yeah. Like all those kinds of options that just turn your, like, I mean, some of them get expensive, but then you're like, well, at a certain point, why don't I just get a pro camera? But
This one, yeah.
yeah,
I follow them on Twitter.
it just enables so much stuff. And it, I've looked at teleprompters with iPads and stuff, like what we did the Unsung show for 2.5 years for Pittsburgh Foundation. Like I just got Teleprompt Plus and put my iPad 1, and I got a Gorilla mount and just stuck it on the thing. It's really awesome if you get into that, like making like how much you can make a movie with parts with an iPad script organization. But oh god, we work on races. I wish we had iPads for script organization. We were at papers all over that coffee shop. It was just ridiculous, and version tracking and everything. It was nuts. All right, I really got to run and go change all the tapes. So if you guys want to ask them about microphones, it's awesome time. So we're gonna do that. Stick around. We'll talk about the stage that I do every Tuesday night, and getting some more higher end stuff. We'll be back in 5 minutes. You should do it. You should do it. I'll bring my, I brought all my toys. Yeah, you need to do it.
That's why I went to the Nolan testing everything, and then in January we're launching the new shows.
That's the older one.
Just the wire out.
Small, doesn't blow the battery. No, that's oh no.
So we're gonna launch the podcast. We are. We're gonna be we're being a media hub.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta get a little girl.
They're awesome. This is my emu problem. It's a good one to solve. Yeah. They break though. They're like $40. Yeah.
What I'm basically trying to do is set up the iPad in my kitchen to record a show that I want to be able to control the spot. So I want to be able to have them like. That would give you a better audio.
Maybe you want to follow those. You want to be hands-free.
Which just makes me wonder, should I be somehow using my like, or should I do a wired? Like how?
I'm wondering about it reading the wires. But yeah, you don't want to get that. You want to look at the board.
Right.
Sit down.
Gunfire.
Is there a list of places where you can go to research?
Yeah. I put together 3 seconds. Yeah, class of 2013 iOS microphone. But
they still, pretty much everyone will say the same thing. This is the best budget one for 2 reads. It sounds fantastic. It's a dynamic mic, so you can read up on it. It has both USB out, so straight digital connection to an iPad or a computer, and it has an XLR, which means it can be. So you can buy 2 of them and then use an interface. Like this interface works with an iPad. It uses a 9-volt. You can plug two of these others into that, or you can use it to mix in Skype to promote guests.
Oh, okay.
There's one that would work great.
There's one that would work great for where you don't have to be a like a setting.
The Snowball is a great one for that because it has an omnidirectional. Okay. And the Snowball Ice doesn't have the multiple pickup pattern. But this is my favorite. Like we're gonna splurge. This one is popular. It's my favorite because I think it's rock solid. This is the Aperture microphone, and it's like $200 in the App Store, so it's expensive. But the only difference is, mission critical. Like I've had these break on me, but this one's built like rock solid in America. And the thing about it is, this is good both. If you want to be up close with it, you should use but you don't have to crank the gain up, and it does a really good job of it. So, as far as if you want to get that whole room thing, you want something with the omnidirectional pattern.
That will work with
Yep. Yes.
You need a dongle.
Well, this one actually has the new one shipped with the proper connector and USB.
Oh, okay.
But any USB
Are
audio.
they crashing the iPad? Are they too powerful? Like the Yeti was just too powerful.
Yeah, the Yeti's drawing too much power. But the trick with the Yeti is, and I think it's kind of negates. If you're going to use the Yeti, it's not the best fit for an iPad because in order to get it to work, you need a powered USB hub.
Right.
So you put USB hub, plug that in, put the hub into the iPad. But if that's what that's your.
Which is what we were learning years ago.
Yeah.
In the podcast.
Yeah.
But,
It's just the Yeti draws a lot of power. This mic doesn't draw as much power. This one, you can love to death. It sounds like a radio broadcast microphone. It's cheap. It'll break maybe, but you want to try it. That one just goes. This could go straight into a tablet, but specifically iPad. Android, I think, was a top two, but now we're I'm not sure. I got to keep an eye on it. But definitely iPhone, iPad, computer, no problem. This guy also. You guys want to try him? I'm at
I just want one that I can use more in the field. And, hey, pull it out, set it up.
This kid was 50. Yeah, I believe now it comes with the mic and this little piece, which is like this is a standard. You need to get a phone with screen, and that's for everything.
That's of course.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
Yeah, or you need Rap's name was on it.
Yeah. That's
But low recording people tend to prefer dynamic microphones to get better rejection. And in that case, that's where this.
Yeah, I've done that mobile, like in the middle of New York City Comic Con.
Yeah.
I recorded somebody on one of those.
Yep.
And my Kodak.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah.
But like, I'm gonna be alone at my dining table.
Yeah. You may want to look at this one. The Snowball also, I think, is great. With the one with the multiple pickup patterns.
Yeah.
Because you want to use the Omni pattern, especially if you have to do it. And this is under $100 too, and I love it. It's like a little sport battery life. So if you wanted to do two of these, and you get them for like $40, sometimes $35. Two of those. This thing, yeah. And that takes a 9-volt battery, so that's like whatever. Yep, but you don't need this. This will go direct. If you want to do 2 microphones, that's how you do it. That's the cardio. It's only one side. But it's pretty good if you crank the gain. Yeah. Or you land that way up. It's got a pretty yeah. It's like not hypercardio anymore. Oh, yeah. You got to put it in USB microphone or something. And sometimes they're made power. I forget what it makes for, and I feel like plug it in or something. So when you put in USB mode, I think you may want to power. Yeah. But people definitely do it with the H4 too. Anything that and it's all about you want to try
Yeah, that's why I figured put you in the That's what I was wondering.
I try to find the most important picture.
Just like the audio takes a couple hours of the video.
I have.
It's just like
I'll talk a little bit about my work.
we're looking into the Black Magic Slitter. Plus, they might do it live.
I actually have more monitors.
Work on the hardware, so I see the drop money.
You guys?
No, Epic App.
Epic App. That's all the fun. Try to get up there as much as I'm over the beach.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Doing my phone. We have an H6.
Right?
Because I've been embarrassing my iCloud. I know I'm taking some pictures lately. Get started in a moment.
Conversation and she can learn this. So I started with her baby because it was like in front of us that she's an entertainer and she does yoga, you know. And John sent him out pretty quick.
All right. Let's get into this one. Everybody get caught up on microphones. All right. Like we had like a mini breakup.
I think I notoriously am not a good audio person. I say to myself. So that's it.
So stepping it up a little bit.
okay, you're doing video. Okay, I'm doing long form, so maybe I'm doing something a little different. We talked about, again, the last and other sessions about doing live streaming and having an audience and everything. So a little more about what I do on Tuesday nights. We'll kind of give you a glimpse, one, into my insanity, and two, into some potential things you can do. I've been big on since the start having a live chat room. One reason why I love Google Hangouts is you can do the live thing, right? There's a lot of interaction opportunities there. So even when we had audio stream, I was the guy with the Shoutcast server sitting in my office. I was hooked up, and I could get a whole 15 listeners to listen to us live at one time. And I completely bootleg music and just put a playlist up and everything. And that's how I started podcasting before I started podcasting. We started on there doing wrestling show, and we had AOL chat room, maybe, something like that. Or I set up something on the site because I was doing what'sherkidribblers.com at the time, and that's everything spun out from that. And part of that to what we have now. So on Tuesday nights, I do 6 shows. Journal of Lifestyle Medicine, which is for a magazine that you can really find at local yoga and hypnotherapist shops, amongst other places in the area of that time. Kind of spins off from the whole Sinclair thing. We do the Rambling Movie Minute, that needs a way better title with Longo. We do Awesome Cast, our Pittsburgh focused show, and of course, Boss Battle for my friends from SearchPointOfKid.com, talking about video games. We do the Wrestling Mayhem show, and we do the new spinoff of Start Video called the Indie Mayhem show, because the people that want to talk about John Cena don't care about the local guy that just won the championship for Pittsburgh, right? So we turn that into an interview show. It's been kind of fun. So as far as what we get out of it, and there were some questions about this, about what we do for Awesome Cast, just so everybody kind of gets an idea. This is post-edited here. This is Place on Broadway. I'm hooking you up here. Everybody go check them out down at Beachview. I know everybody's local, but sponsor we got, they send us a pizza every week. It's been a really good relationship. And then I put our intros, outros, everything like that in here. Get to the thing. There's my big head on the TV again. This graphics, this switching to the people on the couch, switching to the person up on Google Hangout. This is all done in line. I don't edit anything else in this thing unless I screw something up. Until I put the stuff on the outro music, the page, go check out firstmontmedia.com, another podcast, The exception is Wrestling Mayhem show, because it's always been so long, so I put a break in the middle. And this is an old kind of legacy thing, so we used to split it up. Because one person said that they like to put it on the CD to listen to in their car like 8 years ago. So we were accommodating that. Plus, it helped our numbers when we split the show every week, so we had more stuff to do, right? Which the other people, I'm just working here. So we have this. I got a nice built microphone that my wife bought me. It's some kind of podcaster microphone, XLR and everything. There's others on the couch. We tried to put a little bit of a set, try to prop out the water heater. And it's nice. I'm using a program called Wirecast, and there's another one I actually started with called Voice TV, VOINX TV. I think it's a cheaper option of the two. But Wirecast seems to be becoming the standard. And it's nice. It's something to do. Of course, we got the graphics. You can switch it. It's sitting on a Windows 8 i7 computer I bought at the beginning of the year because I was tired of taking my iMac from my office and carrying it all the way downstairs, plugging it in, and hope I didn't screw up any of the connections, and carrying it back upstairs, and then I edit everything and get the rest of the work for the week. So I finally broke down and bought a computer. What does it look like on the other side? A mess. Well,
there's a little bit. There's Malengo sitting in. So that's what I'm sitting in front of. There's the monitor that you see behind you in the shot. Over there. So they're like just a monitor there that's just shooting out there. It's nice that I also have 2 TVs. I take everybody's old. If you have an old computer or TV or something, give me a call. That's how I furnish all this. Most of the computers in here that you'll see in a moment, I did not pay for over the years. Anybody has a busted computer that they're like, oh, I'm done with this thing. If it's something that I can go into Google Hangout, it's fast enough for that. I can get a video feed on there, and I'll reformat it. And maybe put old Windows XP so I can get a little more use out of it, right? And we'll kind of get a little more into that. This is this old laptop here. It'll barely do anything. It's great for a chat room. That's great for, I can put that in the chat room, and that's not going to go anywhere. You can always look up there and see what's going on and see what crazy gifts these guys have put in the chat room to distract my ass. It's really nice for that. What's that? And of course, just the laptop I have there that I got show notes up and everything. This is an order picture because at the time I was doing Wirecast and we're still trying to use the cameras like you see in the back of the rooms here. So this kind of starts getting into your question. Oh, it's so dark. I don't know if I love that. That's not going to help. It's just screen. There, just for the moment at least. There you go. Okay, so what we have here is I was taking my old cameras because in order find me a Mac with FireWire ports so I can put 2 or 3 cameras in. Good luck, because we guys started with that black magic and everything. So I have my water heater. So I have these coming into a very old video switcher, which is the exact same one that I used, not the exact model that I used back in like 2000 when I had video class in high school. And then that fed in through this, the FireWire, so I could use it in Wirecast with all my other spiffy stuff. That's why I say it's the insanity. So what I'm doing, well, the nice thing about Wirecast is not only can I plug in, right now I just have USB cables. I bought the 270s because I'm cheap, and I plug those in, and it's great quality, and that's what on the awesome cast you're just watching. That's that.
We have
Okay. I know some of the guys were using XSplit when we did the extra light thing because we were trying to get some. So we were doing the hangout, but we wanted to actually broadcast some of our footage and stuff. I mean, it's a extra life's a 24-hour gaming marathon that you can do and have donations. It's not extreme, but we want to try to do something, especially since for the site and everything we're putting on our network and everything. I just plugged whatever I could into. Oh no, I couldn't even get my phone because the black magic's been on. It doesn't work. I have a card in my Windows 8 machine, and I have the. People don't know what I'm talking about. We're having a one-on-one conversation here. We need to get out of. What I'm talking about, and this is something that you can use if you're really, to get certain inputs in. Like get 301 positive. And I've been playing with this. I have a USB 3 model and the card to go into the Windows 8 machine. The idea is you can take an input, you can plug this in and your Wirecast or Google Hangout or something. One big thing, and the reason why I have 2 separate cameras going on here, last I knew, Google Hangout will not take FireWire. We could, there's some workarounds, but since we don't, not everything's a Mac Pro we're using today, so we're going with this. Because I would love to have that be what's broadcasting. The problem we were having, just a workaround I had before with a camera and another board. You just don't even bother with that. We try to find another option with the webcams and stuff like that. XSplit's a whole other thing. I'm not familiar with it. But and of course, if you're doing gaming, I presume. Really, that was targeted for gaming. No, it is okay. But But this is, yeah, if you're higher end and you have a good camera that has HDMI out, this is kind of a side, but a little tip I learned, this is a nice Alex Lindsay tip, is if you get those like hard drive cameras, I don't know if it's changed, but the one tip I go by is if you want to get a low end camera, if you get one of those hard drive cameras, they're real junky and they're HD, but they're compressed so much to go on that drive or an SD card, and you pay like under $1,000 for it, maybe $300. But if they have an HDMI out, that's still pure HDMI signal. Canons, I understand, have the best lenses as far as those go. So if you got one of those, never record straight to the camera. Take your HDMI, get something like this that you can plug an HDMI straight into a computer. You get that pure signal, it's gold. And you did it for a lot cheaper than buying like a $3,000 camera like I did. I'm actually looking at a hardware switcher, and that's what I use for wrestling live productions. But on the SD, really popular apparently on the church circuit, by the way. I'm trying to figure out a solution where I can get a couple of these with my MacBook Pro and hopefully do a live switching with HD. Because the other option is for this,
You want to get away from technology now.
That's the biggest thing, and that's what I'm doing is streamlining this. I'll get more into. Let me talk a little bit about Wirecast. So I mean, there's an idea. This is a little different. See back when I had about 8 computers going up here, and this is what I'm talking about. How I'm taking old computers. This is a 2007 iMac. This computer set. And these are like, oh geez, what am I using now? I have a Core Duo 2 Dell iMac, and thankfully I got this one of the big machine kind of died luck. And there's another one. There's another one in there I kind of use. And how there's another one, if nothing else, I'm big on redundancy. Okay, I'm using Wirecast. When I'm starting playing with Black Magic and it crashes, I just lost my entire hour-long awesome cast, right? So, I don't know which button this is. Lights? Hello? There's something. So you're doing your show. You don't want to lose it, but something in the field, right? So I'm pushing again. I got a nice soundboard here. Yes, I can do that since too. So it's splitting on its own for my Wirecast. Everything's coming in here. I'll get a little more about how bringing some of the tapes in. I'm also pushing audio to an older computer, I don't know, Pentium something. It's enough to run Audacity, C audio podcasting 101, and it's a backup. If nothing else, even if I screw that up, I know most of my people are in the audio streams anyways. At least I got that audio stream. I can spend time and try to recover the video. Other nice thing with Wirecast, if you're recording, one, you can record multiple formats. Watch yourself. Make sure that your computer, watch the CPU, watch your disk. Try it a few times. Make sure you may want some crazy 1080p H.264 thing, or you want to do everything in ProRes, Apple ProRes for editing if you're going right into Final Cut. Watch, kind of experiment before you go deep into we're doing the show now. Also, thankfully, I know I got a kick-ass i7 computer, I'm also streaming. We were streaming to Justin TV until they blew up. We were streaming to, we are currently still streaming a Ustream just because it's a backup. YouTube Live, it's really awesome. I hope I get some time to kind of dive a little bit more into YouTube Live here. Just like the Hangouts, everything we record here today, even if I screwed all those up and didn't go switch all the tapes on my crazy run here, we at least have that. I can at least do something with that because that's in YouTube. If I'm using YouTube Live, which is one of the sources my Wirecast is going out to, now everything I've done, I've had something crash in the middle of the show, or something like that. I hit a keystroke and it stopped recording. Something weird happened, right? But I was able to go to YouTube, download my 8-hour file, because it's my entire night of all 6 shows that I did, and clip that out, pretty decent audio, or I can grab my audio backup. That's your redundancy. If you're doing a long show, especially if you're like, oh, we're doing 5 minutes at a time, we're trying to be Gary Vaynerchuk, it's not such a big deal. But presumably, if you're doing this, you want to live switch, if you're trying to do something, you're trying to do long form, right? You're trying to do a long conversation, which is generally talking heads. I don't push the envelope with this. I want to. You can bring in graphics. You can bring in other videos. You can turn it into a full news production. I'm using Wirecast 5.
That's what it's for games.
Yeah, it sounds like I have one purpose.
Well, no, there's two separate down.
Yeah.
One for podcast.
Okay. But it's like a cheaper option. This is, I think it's been like about $400. I know the upgrade was about $150 when I had to bump up to 5. They have 6 coming out, so wait, it's not out yet. And I know one cool feature it's got is it's going to have integrated social media feeds. But really, I can just kind of tweak, a social media Twitter ball and kind of crop it out and just put it overlay myself. I mean, I don't have to plug it right into the software, right? Let's see, titles. What else do we do? Oh, so in our video, we have, let's go back to this guy. Actually, let's go to something a little more. Something with a little more embarrassing on the back of the room. So, how do I get your Skype or your Google Hangouty people into this kind of setup? Okay. So like this kind of setup, and I will actually get a newer one, and I'll mute it because I don't know what we're talking about. We see we have a parental discretion. Thank you, Slice on Broadway. You're awesome. So we get into this, and I'm going to introduce everybody, right? Did we do anything real weird this week? Forget if there's any weird words. I don't know why it's even weird to not say muted. It's muted. We're all adults. Okay, yeah, we're all adults here. Yeah. So there's Will. He's on Google Hangout. There's a friend from San Antonio. I can't say enough good things about this kid, by the way. This kid started writing the show when he was like 15, right? Now he's in college at the University of San Antonio. He now commentates for NWA Inspire Pro, which is a startup really making traction, independent wrestling organization down there. Now writing for NWA Ringside. I can't believe it. He's just like creating his own mayhem show community down there, like we have up here in Pittsburgh. So, like I said, I've taken all those old computers, right? The cool thing about Wirecast is a free application you download called Desktop Program. So anything displayed on a computer, assuming it's fast enough, it'll take that. I cropped out this, his Hangout, just the video feed. I try not to do full screen. Unless you got a bunch of really awesome i5, i7 computers, you can just do full screen like Twitch does and just capture that up, right? They're doing something different. And that comes through to Wirecast as a camera. So now that's something I can switch to. And now I'm going to get weird. I did get weird. You hugging your colleague doll. But again, I have all this stuff going on. Kind of that accessibility we talk about 101. Somebody can join the show with his laptop and his colleague figure, and we're good to go, right? That accessibility. And yeah, it is a lot. I kind of kick myself every week that we haven't improved some of the video quality on the other side of things. I'm not blaming you guys. It's me. I need to push the quality. Or maybe I got a computer that has, maybe I pushed the cycles too much on the CPU, right? And make it a little more sketchy because I'm looking at where they hang out. Like they're definitely moving over here, but they're not moving over here or something, right? And then you have your soundboard. I'm kind of cheating, doing something different that I'm not going to talk about now each of those computers, I can go into the soundboard and get the audio from each one. And now if they're all on separate Skypes or separate Hangouts, it's getting really weird. Yeah, weird. What was that? So now you have 3 people on separate machines on a Skype individually. You connected your soundboard, so everything coming out of the soundboard goes into their computer. So you split that out, they got a splitter box, and that comes out to their computers. And so you have to round trip it, right? And then their audio is coming in, and now if Will's getting a little too loud, I can turn him up. If Riz is crying about Great Khali too much, I can turn him down. You know, and you have a little bit of control. It's all about making sure you have control over everything. And when, you know, I said earlier, I don't know why I do Google. I don't know why I do all this stuff. Because Google Hangout, there's just so many of those tools. Because if you have control boards, and all records up there, and you can bring it in, download the file, fix it up a little bit, and everything in post. This is why. Because this control, you created your control, right? You can control if maybe you have a guest on. Hangout's really nice because I can call somebody on the phone if they don't know what a Google Hangout is or a Skype is, especially not Skype, but a lot of these pro wrestlers, they're not very technically minded, right? Or some of these you know, doctors and stuff we have on some of the other shows. I don't know how to do brain surgery. I think we did have a neuroscientist on one time. But you know, they don't know how to podcast either, so I got them, right? But it's a nice, again, nice access point for that. Any questions about the Wirecast and this kind of setup so far? I want to look at some other options.
How's the video source from the Skype being sourced? How are you packing that in?
How the Skype?
Yeah.
We're actually using Google Hangout. That's that desktop presenter application. So it's actually coming over the network.
But you don't have like a separate Skype computer.
So okay, each one of these guys that you see are coming from a different computer.
But they're all in Hangout.
So they're all on Hangout.
That's
and ideally, you would have them on a separate Hangout, right? You're not really using Hangout the way you're supposed to use Hangout. You're using it as a one-on-one connection. That's so you keep that control. And we're not doing that right now, but we're going to fix that sooner or later.
They're on separate computers?
They are each on a computer.
Yeah.
And each one has desktop presenter. And so I loaded desktop presenter, and now each one of them is a camera in Wirecast. So now I got 3 computers with 3 guys, each of them their own camera. I got a webcam pointing out with somebody in the studio. That's a camera. I got me and a camera. I can take those and organize them and put the 2 up you saw in the first video. Yeah. I can do that. Or I'll put up 4.
I can just output video from your computer that Google Hangouts. How's that coming back to your?
It's over the network.
It's over the network. Desktop presenter is taking whatever you see on your monitor and turning that into a video source over the network. Now, ideally, yeah, but it's all in-house. So as long as you have like at least a 100 switch or something or a gigabit in-house, which are like pretty standard these days, you're good. We haven't noticed any lag internally. I've noticed little things like even no matter how fast my MacBook Pro is, sometimes the Apple computer seems to lag a little bit. So I'll throw Windows on it. It doesn't have a Linux version. I would love some of those old machines I could throw Ubuntu on because they'll just, again, free up more CPU sectors, right? There's some workarounds with Wine, the Windows emulators, but I haven't done it with them. With that, I don't know anything about doing something like written for Mac. Yeah. I don't know how that works with your data Mac. That's not for is for Windows and it is for Mac. It gets funky with the Windows one because they want this like .NET package 3.5 or something like that to make it work. It's kind of weird. anything else? So you understand how that desktop presenter works? It's a little bit of network and creating cameras.
Did you do a separate piece of software or?
A separate piece of software by the guys at Wirecast, which is
It plugs right into the
yeah, but it's basically made to work with it. Oh, other thing, and maybe this goes to 101. Actually, we'll get into that. Any more questions about Wirecast in general before I go on? So here's cool. Well, first of all, an alternative to Wirecast, an alternative to a lot of things, is oh, now I'm blanking on it. TriCaster. Thank you, Ted. TriCaster is basically like everything I'm doing, like in software on a computer that I feel like I've duct taped together, but more production quality and really awesome. We started like 6 hours ago. They actually had a TriCaster on. I've seen two TriCasters in my short life. One we were switching a wrestling show in Cleveland for TV, and the other one some high school. They had a Fort Cherry or something had it. Football. TriCaster. But this is kind of the Rolls Royce of self-made production studios. You got a budget. And they can get up to like $20,000, and it's doing the switching and it can do the graphics and it runs on one of these little boxes and stuff. They don't do like Wirecast will do. If you have like a little green screen at home, you can do live keys as well. Make sure you got a really good camera, really good like I would say a little bit of mess with it. And also I was trying to with the Blackmagic and it crashed, so I'm not gonna do it on a regular basis. And also CPU, that will take a lot. You have to gauge everything you do. How much am I taking off the CPU? I've been playing with the idea because you can also, I think, output like how desktop presenter is taking the screens and turning them into a camera. I'm pretty sure. I was reading about one of the newer features. I'm pretty sure I can take the output from Wirecast and make it a camera somewhere else. So I can send it to a whole different computer and record it there and stream it to more sources over there. You know, I have a dedicated computer for that. I think Twitch, with the Sweet Tech, I'm pretty sure they use this. They use the TriCaster. I think it goes to a computer with Wirecast so it can do all their feedback. And they're just using it as an output. Okay, I'll touch on TriCaster. Getting on an output thing, and I'll click that. Hangouts, of course, you can get in through Google Plus and everything, but they've also become a component of what's called YouTube Live. And of course, you know, it looks like this. These are our Google Hangout versions that we've set up, and you can do a version that like we push from Wirecast straight into YouTube. Again, everything I do there on Tuesday night is straight to YouTube. Or you can just do a Hangout program. Now, the advantage of doing it this way, and I don't know if you started in Google Plus, you get this kind of thing, but you get this live control room. And I actually just discovered today that this happens on the Hangouts too. So you get all this kind of stuff. It lets me know how much quality it is and everything. I'm keeping on. This is a new thing I keep an eye on. That's why I got the actual laptop. That's why I got to get another laptop in front of me now so I can watch this. So you got a lot of options here. You can get in here and say you're having fun and say, hey, we canceled this event or rescheduled or something like that. You can set this up to insert ads, insert slates, graphics, highlight. I can set this up so if we're during a live event and like somebody starts speaking, I can hit set start up there, and I can create clips straight out of what's coming out live and have these clips afterwards. I haven't done this stuff.
There's also uploading where if your users are viewing it, they can choose.
Yeah, you can do seven cameras in here too. So like say we're doing so we did this with Podcamp 10. That's not official. Okay. So I can set this up. Like say we're in room A and I throw a camera there and I throw a camera there. Yeah, you can sit there and say I want camera A, I want camera B. You can pick it. You know. You can do the NASCAR I'm in the car thing yourself. You know. Of course, they got a way better system for that. But this is cool too. So here is room B, right? You get stats. You know how many times it's been played back. Who's watching right now? Just pick room B and see if
and you can see. So these here, right? Are color coded. So I know how many people. I see 3 orders right here, right? So I know 3 people have that 480 or maybe a bunch of other pictures before. This is nice because when I broadcast on TV, I broadcast 480. I'm recording 720 HD. 480 is standard definition. Of course, below that is YouTube will step down. But if I'm sitting here and I'm seeing everybody loading the 360 or 480, and I'm trying to, trying to serve CPUs and do I have the bandwidth to push a 720 screen? Because it's set. You're pushing out 720, the full quality, and then YouTube's breaking that down. You have to get that full quality thing to YouTube first before it starts breaking this down for your users. So if you see that nobody's using 720 and you don't want that thing to buffer, kill your 720, but dump it down to 480. You get a lot of options. You can see how people sticking around, how many playbacks were there, I mean, this is a lot of really useful live information that now Hangout has, and you have even more with YouTube Live side of it. And guess what? One of the options for YouTube Live is a free version of Wirecast to be downloaded. You can get in there and play a little bit. It's not full featured. I haven't really kind of put around that with Wirecast on the computers with the license. But you can at least get in there and do a little bit and kind of see how the program is. I don't think there's a lot of graphics and stuff, but you can get familiar with it and then see if, go grab a trial and see if you can do more with it. You can download, I think it's a full featured trial for the most part, with a little watermark over it, and like the Wirecastify lady voicing over your video kind of thing. So it's a really good option for that. And Wirecast, like I said, it's pretty much become standard with, this. I mean, you can use, if you have anything else like an XSplit, probably, points, probably, I don't know if it's the source, I think we were kind of recording it live. I forget how we were recording it on the Xbox TV. Any of those, you can set up with YouTube Live. I think the Flash encoder, which is what we use when we're using Vivo for these streams, but you can do pretty standard Flash encoder application, but it's free. Just push out. Heard about OBS? No. But it's like a live switch kind of broadcast thing. I haven't seen that one. So of course, I think this is a fabulous thing right now for streaming. There's of course other options. Some of the bigger guys, I mean, if you become successful, you will have to think about some of this stuff. Looking into something called a CDN, Content Delivery Network. It's a little sketchy in IM. Think like they're pushing. If you listen to This Week in Tech broadcast, they always say like, bandwidth by cash flow or something like that, right? Because you get to that point, they're doing everything in-house. They have those files sitting on the server probably, or on CashFly or something. And you get to that, like Netflix. So the big discussion about net neutrality right now about how much bandwidth Netflix is using, who pays for that one way or another. It's not just paying at this end and they pay at this end, and there's a bunch of stoplights in between. I'm probably butchering the entire net neutrality thing right now. But there's a lot of stuff going on, and when you get big enough, you gotta start looking at that and having that option of I was looking at these because just in TV went away. Ustream ads were horrible because if you don't pay for it, which is like $100 a month, Ustream is fine. If you got the budget for it, go for it. Yeah. And the Wirecast goes to it just fine. It's really good quality. I've seen some really good live events. Wrestling for the quality. I monetize that. But again, if you're like, I don't want to go for YouTube, I don't want their license under my stuff, or they notice if I had Pandora
Dora on the background between podcasts one week. I got a, hey, please start playing, please stop playing other people's stuff. Basically message, like it was the rudest message I ever got. And a big red thing popped up down there and said, we'll terminate your broadcast. One year, we were trying to do a live broadcast discussion about E3, Ubisoft's presentation, and no problem with the other one. And we did, we were emulating what you see on Twitter. They do the Apple announcements, they have it in the corner, and they're talking about it, right? It's news, it makes sense. Technically, we don't have rebroadcast, right? So they're right. But you do on Hangout, Ubisoft, and it depends on the other side, it depends on the content owner, right? How strict are they going to be? And they just killed our stuff, closed down our account. We were done. Like they just out of nowhere. We're just like, what happened? We don't even have a YouTube account anymore for our website. So if you're into news discussion and you're playing videos on your show and music and in a fair use way, you think does this commentary? Yeah, I consider that if you're playing anything on YouTube, and that's another reason to do something else. YouTube is overzealous, and if you're doing a daily news show, some people do a daily tech news show, and they play a video that maybe Sony PMG or whatever said, we own that, shut it down. And by the time you go through the process, and because it is fair use, it is fair use to them through the process, it comes up a day or two later. Your daily tech news show, it doesn't matter, and you've lost all of that. SourceFed got shut down. Well, SourceFed got shut down. SourceFed is a fast commentary kind of news kind of show. They'll post like 10 videos a day. And there was a day, and it was starting to have a different problem. I had this, got bit by this too. Sometimes lately, you throw something on YouTube, and it takes a day to process on there. Nothing you can do about it, right? Because if you put in that video, they're doing whatever ingestion settings, and so what works on their system, they show a 5 version, a flash version, all these versions. And if they've got something wrong with their server and you're a daily thing, you can toss that day for revenue, news, or done. Done. But if you're going to a CDN, you're paying $100 a month Ustream even, or something like that, you have a little more, at least they'll compensate you, hopefully. But then you don't have that support if you get on YouTube ads. And that's a whole other thing. Do I depend on YouTube ads for what I'm doing versus other revenue? I think there's on the side, but I think there's a lot of people that depend on YouTube ads that some already have. They're going to get related at some point because they're always changing things. And a lot of people, some people make money and they're living exclusively on YouTube, and that can blow up at any time. Any questions?
So it sounds like you got rid of like sort of conventional cameras and just you like using USB cams because you can just go straight to USB.
Just because it works the best with there's two problems. One, having the ports for FireWire.
Yeah.
Or getting Blackmagic to work. Yep. If I get my Blackmagic card to work right, just having time to experiment.
They're just unreliable, aren't they? On top of it,
if you look at Amazon reviews, they're saying like you need this motherboard, this chipset.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Like I bought a new MacBook this year, and it's got USB 3, and I went back to USB 3.
Yeah.
Line, so I knew I had it in the.
It's not that easy.
And it's just like, yeah, it doesn't work on Mavericks.
The drivers are too old. They have to use USB.
Yeah. If I roll back my MacBook to like 2 versions of macOS, I think it'll start working.
They got one job.
Yeah. So now my solution is, well, I guess I'll go buy 2 Thunderbolt ones.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a waste to that point.
So then, in your opinion, how are those? What is the Logitech cameras that you use? How do they? What would they compare to as far as equivalent in a more conventional? On iPhone cameras?
I would say iPhone level because when you look at it, it's that little lens. The reason this looks any good quality is because
really have to brush my hair.
But our webcams are cheap, like $80 webcams are better than the light and the GoPro.
Really? Well, there's that too. And that's, I mean, that's a sensor, so it's going to go either way. 920 is really good. If we had a good computer there, I was showing the 101s with that square guide, that would be nice for a video. All that's missing is that computer. We're this close to, I'm going to get my Mac Mini sooner or later from them to get that working. But yeah, that's the 270. And I work like the other way for lighting. Go get those like $10, $7, $8 work lights from Walmart. And it's in the basement, so I have a wrapper. So right on. Yeah. I have this little LED light. I paid $30 on Amazon for it. It's good on the camera. And every time I'm out there shooting, I'm like, that's a really nice light. I'm like, this thing like that. You know, but it's, I don't know. I this something there. So, but as far as, I think it works what we have, you know. Now, if I look at this, I pull up my Chromecast, you know, as a video person, I'm going to see, it's only 720 for one thing, just because that's what I record, but there's no reason I think to put any wasting the side to see, you know, but I'm going to see it here. I see a little bit of a frame drop there, and that could be actually the stream that we're getting, I don't know. Stream, a little bit about, real quick about my process for the streamlining idea, and then I'm going to do my lap around the HND. So what I do is, so it spits that out, right? I have all this graphics and Poughkeepsie and everything, and I put my graphics on Final Cut Pro X. Editors bitch about it. It's really nice for streamlining things. Because I have my template for the week before, especially since I'm doing a serial thing, right? I load up the last one, I copy over everything from last week. I replace that one file in the middle. I do all my audio editing in there. The audio tools are Final Cut Pro X, and I think a lot of this will behind me. That's what I think a lot of that stuff's in there too. We dig for it. I don't think you're getting that EQ or something, but I throw a noise reduce on the thing because I know I got some room. I don't have a compressor or anything to put that out. I got all these crazy hangout things and everything, so you know the background moves in there. And what do I do? I got a weird balance issue I haven't figured out. So I go ahead and throw everything on mono. So if there's any more editing you need to do in audio, you pull it up as an audio editor and not worry about this. You know, this works because you live through it, right? So, and I spit that out. I can spit that out straight as an MP3 or spit that out as a video and throw it in compressors, a $50 program. That's part of the old Final Cut suite that you can buy by itself. Final Cut Pro X is $300. It used to be $1,000 to get Final Cut Pro and Soundtrap and this, and they split it all out. They also recommend Apple Motion if you want to get into a little bit of making your own graphics. Not as heavy as Adobe After Effects. It's not Lego. You can agree with me. Motion is like an easier version of After Effects, right? Yeah, so if you want to get in and kind of make your own graphics, and you should be able to probably output that in a way that Podcast will take it. You can make your own stuff. I'm using stock stuff. Yeah, this is stock. This is stock. It comes with it. They come with large caps. I want to. I really want to. It's not at this time. What is that? Lighting, sir.
That was the week where Google Hangout was done. That was on my iPad.
Oh yeah. Then there's the weeks where Hangout doesn't want to work. That was fun.
I had the same thought.
Yeah, you know, it's not even.
Your podcast is coming up. Ultimate frustration.
Oh, yeah, and we're talking about podcast therapy last night. My night is like, how am I doing this? Oh, that's what I do. Why am I doing this? Oh, that's why I'm doing it. It's like every week I go through this emotional roller coaster for it. So this is good. So that will go into my process. On our end, some options. And some options I wish I had the money for, and all kinds of stuff. So I hope that gives you guys an idea of kind of the potential So what should we do with this? Again, generally guys to watch. I really think again this week in tech is like I think it's literally what you can do with like a studio setup. To the point where they say like we made $1 million studio so we could get advertisers at this point. And it looks really good and it's you can take a lot of concepts from what they do. They have some really good stuff if you get dig into their wiki about like especially the order stuff. They had this I emulated this disgusting called they had something called Skypeosaurus, where I got a lot of this idea of splitting off their Skype, where it was 4 monitors that kind of attached together in a really nice kind of stand, and each of them had their own kind of mini PC, and there were 4 screens behind it. And I did the same thing. I had access to a CRT monitor, so I don't have any money. So I was just kind of stacked and looked crappy behind it. So if you look into some of the old videos, it's in there and it's so laughable. Or you'll find some of the old ones where there's just like a green sheet behind me, and I didn't have any process for this. So I just took a webcam or a camera and pointed at a monitor that had Will on it on Skype. And or maybe at a certain point when Skype lets you start doing group calling when it was in beta, and we get 3 people on there, and there's a camera just pointing at a monitor that was doing that. We tried everything to get to this point. So we saw it into something pretty decent. And anything else? I hope you got something out of this. It'll be online and everything. And if you want, please check it out. SwordStoneMedia.com. I got shows for everybody. And we'll be doing this for some reason. So. Anybody know who's next in here?
The noises that fall out of the front of your face. The noises that fall out of the front of your face. I have no idea what that is, but I've been dying to find out.
That's what I just did with our people.
That's awesome. I gave him my card. Okay. What I would do, either on Amazon or content enforcement, but we have pirates. I would after for
There's the thing called the bicycle.
Yeah.
This is the two channels.
That's power.
Yeah. You want something just passive?
Well,
I like it.
yeah.
I think blue light. The art people create. I like it. Two, you do one end, three, and it's a 9 volt, so power stuff. Just go for like 3.
Or if you have room on the best to do it. They got me an email group in the office, and I had to have a discussion about becoming my it's a great room. But where we are, at the side, air conditioning is crazy loud. So even when we ride on top of it, for me, we were. If you have to agree at the flow, if you have to go over the
You just need to get right on. You need to have a top filter on it.
the recommendation.
You know, like, I would do that. I would put like 10 down on the back. Yeah. But also, if it's sitting on your desk, anything you touch, so that's why I'm putting it on there.
I'm sorry?
What's
No, not too much. No. Depending on the system you're using, you can do some adjustments on that. Particularly Siri is currently unavailable. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're using a pop filter and so forth, you can up the gain, but if you up the gain, then you're going to get too much other stuff. So it also depends on the user. You know, I've had some people that speak really loud and this is too close, but other people that speak really softly. Just right. But if you get them too close to the mic, then their lips are touching the microphone, they're getting too much moisture on the microphone, and so on and so forth. So I tell people this is a good start. I don't have a lot of faith in that. If you started editing.
Yeah, pretty good. But good luck.
So I think I'm going to be over there. I don't know how this follows.
You go.
And I don't know what the game is.
I'm not sure either. But can you stand over there? I'll see if I need to. Oh, okay. That's a whole different avatar right there. Yeah.
So it seems to me that if we learn by this story, and I do know that when I read things, it also sounds it is difficult.
This is from Edward Boyd of Washington County. It's a piece of poetry about 26 songs of poetry. One for every other alphabet. And they're all about A is for aim. B is for C is for play. D is for play. I'm about to do that. I'd like to do that again. And this book will really understand just the sound of this, the connection between the words. How we know that the line of words is perfect. A is for English and B is for C is for cut. D is for plate. A is for plate. B is for cut. C is for cut. D is for plate. This should be an idea of how we in the mind. Along with that, it's beautiful. Pattern of sex. Sweet love, the new life form. You is not sex. Thy edge should want to see. We struck today by feeling. We know trouble. And there's some right. But this is beautiful. This is something that is neither is a little bit because neither is something that shows up. Far more than says. But it's a little bit selfish because most of the time when people think about it, they are thinking about poetry or stuff. Or they're thinking about this. Or either is still all around. This is not as a team. This sweet love, the new life. You would not say. Thy edge should want which was today, eating to relate away. Tomorrow shall one thing about this is because it is not too much. It is we're all living in the middle of it. So if you read neither, which is break, pulling something that doesn't fit. It's a very good way. Moment, what you're doing. Calling attention to it in a way that you will notice. But not notice. Because it's happening down there. You're not addressing this meaning of what you said. Not for everybody. You're addressing them in the way that you do. Another pattern, which is shows up a lot. Alliteration. Using the same function for several statements. At the beginning of the word, followed by the same function. And the name of the other. Something follows something in something is the whole damn thing. unfortunate thing documents is about the topics. Control line. Putting sequences of vowels together or the same vowel. Economic code. Here's another way. You find time. The seed grows out slowly in the shoulder, and in the shoulder. This is not one that people used to know about. It's not one that people used to know. Hearing vowels together. Something that is right. Around color. This one was only out. So this is not a rhetorical figure. But the rhetorical figure is like two pop up. But in thinking about it and understanding the words, and understanding the things that I like to say, and the things that I like to do. Patterns is about see. And I think I know that. Vowels happen when you make them in different parts. Like an after the way you say. It's about very forward, very quite a bit. Can you feel that? Does that make sense? The key is the up. All the way down. All the way down. And then some places. You follow. And you can get a pattern. You speak by moving into and the same time. So this is all I've got for the full box. I guess the first thing I should say is how I do. In my experience, I have a lot of trouble with this. I find myself not being able to do well. But it's very tough. But if you do it, it's very, very fun. So, very, very simple. Probably need a little. It's fun to do. It's possible to do too much. There is a place where the relation stops being fun and starts being boring. It's a good place to explore that space. It's a place and something to use the relation fun. It's often used to be very, very well. But sometimes you notice. When you start to notice when you find out that's one of those things again. Keep yourself. Even the reading text, if you do that, a long way, setting up what you want to do. As I said before, sometimes these things, that's where you want to do a little bit. Because if you start using these, everybody's paying attention. You're trying to do something, convince somebody of something. And you need to but the real thing is, it comes down to the question. You're going to have to understand what you're doing. And you have to figure out what you're going to do. That's hard. It's not too difficult. Exposure is always good. Many people feel very, very good. Oh, very, very good. Give them out. A big part of both. To people who have excellent skills, and to go out, they're out there. They're out there. Whole genre. All possible. Take the course of the watch the ways of understanding. Oh. I'm not in this is something that oh yes. So for things that are not real time, this is very good. Trying to juggle between trying to juggle the notion of becoming things like say, it sounds like after meeting many times, it sounds like something. That's really, really fun. That's really very fun. But for everything else, it's just worth running. Sit down, write something, or there's a bunch of points. Part of what we do is notice having a thought. You would be proud of what you say. And this is part of why I think it's very specific because there's something very one little bit what goes into but it's not important and it's nothing else. It's what people want to do. So if you can remember those things, that means it on and then talk about something. So if you define people, you may want to come up with those like resonate but it would be worth thinking. And it's always worth thinking about hey, when you write something and you find that you use the same word over and over and over. But you say this for whatever reason, when you go back to do it, you see it. Because you pick up on a pop. And that's not part of it. You know, I don't know how. I don't know so let me say it. I don't know if I'm going to do it. I don't think I don't know. Whenever you say something that is fun to say, fun to say. And Wednesday, that is fun. I'm sure. I don't know. And Goes a long way. And again, something to do that. I'm not in a position to like work out. And or but just I mean understanding the concept of all and the whole everything. This is very short.
Salsa.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, and Adam. Hopefully that's what they do.
Everything back?
But generally it should just be kind of it should be locking you up. So
When we close the broadcast?
yeah. It's not on the broadcast, shut it down. I just leave it there.
And we have one viewer too.